time. Maybe I can make it right. Sit down closer, baby. We can talk about it. No need to be mad. Hate to see you sad. Yes, I know I'm crazy, crazy about you, crazy about you.
I know I'm upset sometimes. I know I get drunk some nights. I know I get way too high. I just wanna live it up with you. I know that it might be tense. I know when you've had enough. It's just how I show my love. Now you cannot live it up with you.
myself up. I may be living alone, but I still believe in love. And although my flaws had dragged me down on the coldest night, I'm still kicking around. Then I saw you back before my time was shortened. No, throughout my life you've called me a renegade. I back and forth has got me so messed up. Don't ignore the signs. We've had enough of the whole damn thing that we got going. You hold the strings without me knowing. Why do I have to suffer through the thinking? Why do I have the feeling that we're sinking? I need to find a way.
All right, Dyer's turn. Radiant's up.
And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to EPL Southeast Asia Season number 1. We are still in the lower brackets as we just parted with MIPARB Interactive Philippines. Congratulations, but will the second roster of Filipinos made in Philippines make it through MAG.Indonesia, the dominator, the juggernaut of their group stage, now finding themselves in the lower brackets as they get Spur Breaker of all things for the opener. I'm joined by the lovely Plate, and my name is Dodai.
Now, the thing about the Conquer Spirit Breaker matchup is that Torrent doesn't care about bulldoze, so you do have some ways of getting the Spirit Breaker tied down, leashed up. You have the X Mark pull as well, which the duration does decrease off of the status resistance does work on the total duration that X Mark will be available, so you don't really get a long time to use it, but you just use it to cancel charge basically.
You're
Either
still
way,
thrown up for the same amount of time with the Torrent, but are you stunned for the same duration?
I think so. I'm pretty sure Torrent continuously applies a stun, and if you it doesn't matter if you have the status resistance because you just can't. I think it's like you get stunned every 0.1 seconds.
Radiant's up.
So it's like you get stunned every 10 you still get stunned. Like you can't do anything.
Right.
Came back after all. All right.
I do remember I hate being avalanched as a Spur Breaker, but
Yeah,
I never really minded Torrent, to be honest. But maybe that's just me. On the other hand, nice Phoenix counter. Being taken out. Is the SB still an offlane for the MAG.Indo side? MAG.Indonesia side?
As far as I know, Spirit Breaker is anything. This could be support.
This could be Wami, this could be Dalul. Actually, I wonder if we see the Tiny. Not yet. We get Flappy's Ancient Apparition first.
Bless me. Ancient Apparition coming out. This is one of Flappy's preferred heroes. And it pairs really with the Spirit Breaker. A nice counter to Punka as well was the run buff deals damage to you over time, and Ancient Apparition, the lingering chill will make you feel that damage coming out from you a lot more. You can't heal up as you are taking the run damage. You also have the global presence. Spirit Breaker charges somebody, Ancient Apparition has an obvious Ice Blast target.
Although it's interesting that despite the global presence, the Spectre and the Nature's Prophet are getting banned from the MAG.Indonesia side. Not that many heroes left in the pool. The Underlord and I do believe the Dawnbreaker is left.
If they want to go for that, you could maybe make a play on MAG.Indo.
Those are just not as great as the others. Beaver Tusk make an appearance for Made in Philippines. Could be a plus 5 Tusk, really good with the tag team combination, I believe.
I'm checking to see who plays it, and it's... I don't know why Mamang Daya has 9 games on this hero. Rapido has 14. Is this this might be a Rapido Tusk.
So offlaner Tusk? I'd rather say Rapido Conca first, but... Lozify and Jaja both play the Tusk as far as I can tell, because
10 seconds left.
Maybe in maybe in the game we cast it together. It seems familiar.
4, 3, you get it.
Well, I know in the tournament, you can check out these stats on cyberscore.live. Tusk has been seen 20 times and 50-50 across the board, 10 wins, 10 losses. It's like a coin flip hero, really, but the Ember Spirit is not. 13 wins, 6 games. You do have a couple ways of getting away from Made in Philippines on the Ember Spirit. You also have the Sleight of Fist as well. You really don't care about X as long as you have a Remnant available. You can dodge the boat as well with the Sleight of Fist. It seems pretty good. And you don't care about Tusk Shards at all. You just get away as long as you have a Remnant available.
I just don't know. Since the remnants have been nerfed, I'm just not happy with the Ember Spirit in general. As the Morphling comes out for MAG.Indonesia, more of a comfort, I guess, for CJ than anything else.
10 seconds.
Well, you could have maybe made a case for Faceless Void or something, but he's played this Morphling one time this year. He played it yesterday. Didn't win, but don't know if it's as much. He played it yesterday and you lost to Team Eagle in another tournament. So, yeah, the Morphling is, I would say, pretty decent in this draft so far. Made in Philippines don't have a lot of burst damage. I mean, the closest thing they have is Boat, but
All right, Dyer gets
Morphling be able to stay pretty low HP. Oh, that was a very nice Skywrath Mage pick.
Elizabeth Skywrath Mage as potential kill for the Ember Spirit if locked in.
10 seconds.
And the Morphling too. If you silence Morph before he gets the shift going, IG your strength shift going, you can be in a lot of trouble.
But one of the biggest potential targets for the Spur Breaker on the other hand, so
yeah,
kind of a double-edged sword. Although the damage should be there, so Magic Glass Cannon coming in from Made in Philippines. I really, really need an offlaner to tie all of this up for Made in Philippines, or a mid laner, but mid lane, I don't see anyone that can take the mantle just yet. Broodmother banned out against Wami.
Radiant's up, banning time.
Magnus maybe for Made in Philippines? No. Made in Philippines can still pick a carry. This Weaver doesn't have to be one.
I kind of feel it does.
Well,
where else would you put it? Offlane?
Well, you could put it like support and Tusk 3 still, if you want to do that. And Tusk provides...
I don't think Tusk can make the approach to the Morphling.
Well, no, it's for the Ember Spirit AA. You get a Walrus Punch on an Ancient Apparition, they're dead. Same thing with the Ember Spirit, helps you lock it down for the Skywrath Mage combo.
All right, Dyer gets to ban.
Things to think about. I don't think that's going to happen. It probably is going to be the Weaver one, like you said.
Night Stalker and Slardar are taking care of some of those pesky stuns and silences coming out of the Night Stalker and the Slardar right there, but
10 seconds, just long enough to regret every choice
Made
you
in
made.
Philippines, there are... I don't think this Spirit Breaker should be position 3. They're looking for 5s. In my eye, or 4s in my eyes. They still banned the axe, so
I wonder if Made in Philippines go for Faceless Void.
I don't like it. There's just not enough things to pack into Chrono. Yes, Mystic Flare is there, but on the other hand, you get Ice Blast into the Chrono Throne countered.
Oh, Doom? Okay, sure.
This looks solid. Great, straight up counter into the Morphling with the Doombringer. And MAG.Indonesia. Something to cause equal chaos into the team fights. I'm looking at Tide again. I have this huge problem with the Tide Hunter. I'm just so biased against the hero. Or the hero.
5 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of... You could pick it.
Centaur is still an option. Just retaliate straight into the Weaver.
Yeah, I don't think Centaur is going to get picked up here for MAG.Indo. There is still Magnus with the Ember Spirit.
Straight up.
Yeah.
With the Ember, looks solid. I definitely like it.
But what else are they thinking about? A support? Unless, yeah, I'm not sure. Willow, maybe Willow. if they're looking for support here, which it looks like they are. Can also go Rubik. There's a lot of good spells on Made in Philippines to steal. Depends on what they want to go for. If they're trying to round out Spirit Breaker as a 4 or pick up a 3.
9 seconds left on the clock. They need to make a decision now.
Yeah, I don't even think they know. Coming down to the wire.
Johnson here. Are we starting to start?
Tiny.
All right,
Oh,
get your
Going back to
radar
Wami's
nose,
Tiny.
Let's get this over with.
Oldie but a goodie. As, yeah. Dota 2 taking on the Ember Spirit. I was still waiting on that decision before I make my predictions there. Yeah, Dalol takes the Spirit Breaker. Position 4. As Wami is on his Tiny. I'm going MAG.Indonesia on this first one. The pickoff potential is just huge. And I don't believe Young God will be able to survive. Like, despite him having Sakuchi, this is just a ton of lockdown straight up with the approaches.
yeah, I don't know. I think we're going to be split on this one. I feel like Ember Spirit or Morphling gets doomed up. MAG.Indo's team fight is like completely forfeit. And you have Mamang Dai on this Skunk who will be able to create a lot of chaos in the fight. So you get hit by a random Torrent on Morphling or Ember Spirit, you're most likely going to die. The Tusk as well for some save against the Spirit Breaker. And you have Lucify Skyrath Mage to pump out that magic damage and to anybody that gets caught under a shard.
But Wami Tiny
Silence
is
as
just
well.
magic, dude. Wins the game.
No, Wami Tiny's pretty good, but we'll see if he could save the team from this. I mean, both teams are just super brawl, right? Like you're just gonna brawl with both teams. Made in Philippines, I think it's just gonna come down to these boats and this Doom. These Dooms
And the
have to be
Mystic Flare.
clutch.
And a Mystic
I mean,
Flare
yeah,
and
just a
stuns.
clear cooldown is like an hour, or not an hour. Oh my gosh! Imagine an ultimate with an hour-long cooldown.
No, please no. But
would
no,
be-
it's rather short, to be honest.
Yeah, it's pretty
Especially when
short.
you get to like level 2, it feels like you get your dynamic on as soon as you get it.
Yeah, it just seems like a really good Skyrath game. I mean, unless you get blinked on to start fights, but I'm sure his positioning will be pretty good this game.
I'm pretty solid.
Really, I think what it's just going to come down to is Made in Philippines. They do have better team fight than MAG.Indo. Yeah, I mean, you have a Kunkka, so that's almost always going to be the case. But you have Ghost Ship, you have Torrent Storm. Nobody really from MAG.Indo want to deal with any of these spells. And you have a deceptive amount of elusiveness on a couple of the heroes from MEPARP. Or not MEPARP. That was last series. Made in Philippines. As, yeah. Pause. Everybody's talking, having a good time.
Bit of all chat, never hurt nobody. But because they are discussing their drafts between them. My tag log is very rusty, so I don't remember any of it.
This is,
OK，兄弟们，
Wait,
全
wait.
体目光向我看
this is
齐。
looking pretty rough. I mean, yeah, both teams definitely could get swamped by the other.
I think it's still MAG.Indonesia going for these pickoff potentials as Pota 2 disconnects as well for the reset.
Maybe you just like blink. I mean, who are you Avalanche comboing? Skyrath Mage?
Skyrath Mage, and I think the Weaver dies as well in the first 15 minutes.
Yeah, the
Until
only
he gets
issue with the
Lincolns.
Weaver is if you don't get the full combo, like if you get the full combo off on Weaver and they live, they're gonna go for the Falcon Blade too, so they're gonna get more HP to survive that burst. You just time lapse and then you're completely fine.
You gotta make it to level 6 first. And it doesn't feel good to use that time lapse, especially when there's Ice Blast coming through.
Yeah. This
So,
game is
this is pretty even in terms of the matchups, in my opinion. CJ can be bursted, and the same thing is true for Young God.
yeah, Ember Spirit can be bursted down as well. I think a lot of the success from MIP is going to come down to MAG.Indonesia, whether or not he can have a really big impact in this game. He'll need a couple items to be able to do that, though, like the Aghanim Scepter, the Blade Mail Heart, maybe could be options, or he could go BKB. But either way, I think Eggs is definitely on the docket for him.
Both teams go for the 5v5 smoke here at the 0-minute mark. As we get this game 1 starting.
Yeah, it's going to be off-lane Doom. As we, I think, kind of predicted MAG.Indonesia on this Conka is pretty comfortable. Some wards coming out for both teams.
On the other side, really looking for that approach as you see the group up from the Radiant, more towards the bottom jungle, but Young God looking to break something. Wami hiding in the trees, giving away his position. But no aggression as of yet, which is really frustrating. So both sides
teams are just, yeah.
looking for that approach. I don't know if Wami would rather want to just start with the Avalanche and steal the rune, or...
What is this ward in this river? You can put a ward there if you cut the tree down?
Yes.
Wow. That's a fantastic ward spot. Holy smokes.
Yes.
Okay, I'm stealing that.
All right, let's play this thing. Just a little game I threw together in my spare time.
No, the tree does respawn pretty quickly, so that's a bad part. As it's going to be 3 runes for MIP straight off the bat. They did not anticipate Ozify going for that, as he goes straight up for this block. Could be punished.
Yep. I mean, he can just TP out.
The Vortex
And it's just going to be...
Your right
It's
clicks.
just floppy.
CJ did not join the fray. Ooh, straight up start with a Scorched Earth. Nice from Rapido. Instantly putting the Morphling into half HP. So it is going to be mostly focused on the Morphling, I do believe, as you mentioned.
Yeah, a lot of pressure is going to be put onto CJ. And in this lane, though, I mean, it is... A Morphling is not really the strongest lane. You can definitely punish this. Both heroes sort of struggle to stay alive, and especially the Ancient Apparition. If you get caught in a bad slow out of position with the Blood Grenade, you can definitely die.
Hold up mid lane, MAG.Indonesia on Pota 2, keeping up the aggression, but all spells have been thrown out. But not much over there, as actually up top, we do have Delol sniping off a courier from Yaya. But at the end of the day, he does need level 2, as does Wami as well, to get at least the Avalanche and the charge. Down bottom, back again. CJ living on the edge right now. Oh, looking to tango up and heal. Oh my god, these moves are... They always scare me to death.
I think that MAG.Indonesia mid will probably have a small advantage, considering Tidebringer cleave is really good. And Ember Spirit, well, you'll get to a point where he might get bullied out of the lane, but on the flip side, Ember Spirit does have this Flame Guard that MAG.Indonesia that has no way of dealing with. You don't deal magic damage, so full duration Flame Guards are going to be coming out.
I guess.
Yeah, it doesn't do enough damage.
But no,
I think you
not even
need...
close. I think we once calculated it that basically the Flame Guard keeps up, so until Pota 2 has more levels in Flame Guard compared to the Torrent, then he should be fine.
Yeah. And you're doing a good job of bullying MAG.Indonesia out of lane.
At the same time. Hello. This is level 2, but not really looking to charge in just yet.
Can't really make a play. This top lane is going to be interesting. Wami.
Okay, in goes the Shard, as well as the Avalanche. But Wami now in big pickle as the Lol needs the bash, but it doesn't come in. Now it does, and Wami gets the first blood. Yaya gets the counter kill onto Wami though, but definitely Wami's really happy with that one.
17% is 100% when you land it. Delol gets that huge bash, which Weaver would have gotten the first blood had that not happened. I was about to mention the fact that in this top lane, if Wami gets gone on with the shards and the tag team, it's going to be a lot of damage. It's very difficult for Tinies to live through that just because you have no way of getting out of shards.
I think Young God is facing a similar predicament as long as he's under the Sentry Ward vision, he can't really do anything on the lane as Xmark. On Pota too, but as we previously mentioned, he should be fine. Although stuck a bit under the tower, eating a few more right clicks. The Timebringer comes out as well, but a beautiful Fairy Fire usage. He does survive.
Yeah, he had to use that Fairy Fire there or else he was dead.
Young God. Gonna get gone on. Nice, the bash is there, but the Saguchi's even better. Going for the escape. Ice Shards, Yaya coming about. Just control Delol and Wami just a little bit.
Yeah, God's playing with fire here.
He's got the Tango burning on him, so...
Yeah.
Looking good.
He did go for the Bracer as well, which is what kept him alive there. You just need HP if you're in this lane. There's so much Magic Burst. I like this decision. Again, with that Falcon Blade. With the last hit, yeah, he'll get it coming on the Courier soon. And
DJ playing a little bit with his Courier as Flappy, though. Giving away his position now. He gets instantly hit by the burst, but a nice turn onto Rapido. Still getting the kill, despite him walking out of the vortex. It doesn't matter. They get the Doom on the bottom, and Flappy seems just fine.
yeah, he dove the tier 1 tower, which is definitely not ideal. I took one too many tower hits and it just turned on him. A level 5 for both mids. A very small XP advantage for Pota 2 somehow, but really this is a drawn lane. Us top?
Actually, no, I'm still looking at bottom. CJ looking pretty okay. But
yeah,
no approach coming out from Lozify. It was close, but...
He's gonna get this Lincoln Sphere finished up early just so he doesn't get doomed off cooldown.
I think I'm more scared of the silence, to be honest.
Yeah, maybe. The
Especially in the early levels. As Pota 2, yeah, he chooses the safe route and just TP's home. As we do see a charging Delol walking through half the map. They're actually going for a Lozify as an early preemptive boat comes in, but a nice pullback on to the Spirit Breaker. Lozify lives to see another day, as at the same time Pota 2 needed to engage on the mid lane, but the first power rune is actually going to go to the Ember Spirit.
Yeah, it's a good 2-man rotation from the supports in the mid to secure that, and they paying out Luzify does that there's vision in this area. A couple wards on the Radiant. MAG.Indo will try to keep the vision from MIP locked.
Rapido already level 5, getting close to that Doom, as you mentioned. So I guess party time is soon. As Wami, a little bit behind levels after that first blood death. He is looking at the deficit, but more than likely, Delol picking up the Wisdom Rune should be helpful as Flappy... Oh no, Flappy's still only level 3, so... No steals. Oh, yeah. Trying to go for the steal. He will be successful as it is double Wisdom Runes for Made in Philippines now. And MAG.Indonesia picking up the bounties as well. They're popping off well as TP coming up top. But Wami with the toss back onto Yaya. Nice charge coming out from Delol. But it could be the end of the Spirit Breaker here. Oh no, he should be okay with the Berserk.
Yeah, they make the rotation over with Young God, and Pota 2 ended up TPing and then decided to cancel it.
I really thought he was going to come in.
It might have been cancelled, actually. It could have also been cancelled by a Torrent or an X-Mark. That was possible.
Yeah, I wasn't paying
Wami.
attention to that one as Wami looking for the avalanche, but no kill just yet. Here come the remnants as Yaya is going to be contacted. Young God at half HP. Chained down as the Tusk, but Yaya does still have the turn with the shards and the ball. It doesn't look that great for the Tusk right now. Nice vision with the shards and looking for the dodge as there's the silence on to the Pota 2 as the Ember Spirit goes down.
Oh, such a clutch rotation from Luzify to get that sign. He's actually leveling Ancient Seal too. He's just straight up got 2 points in it.
I mean, increased magic damage on top of the Sakuchi? Why not?
Yeah, sure. And I mean, a lot of your team in this early game are going to do magic damage. You want to increase the amount of damage your team's doing with the spell.
Also the duration increases, the cast range increases. It's just pretty good overall.
6-second duration silence.
Avalanche back onto Young God, but the Weaver is fine and does have the time lapse now, so catching Young God will be harder and harder. As looking at net worth, MAG.Indonesia and CJ are on top. Pota 2 not really popping off despite that little bit of zonage onto the Kunkka.
There's a charge onto Young God top.
Nice approach. It's the one I wanted to see, but Young God at the end of the Sakuchi, right under the tower, he should be fine. As CJ will get silenced on with a concussive shot and the snowball. CJ still alive as the attribute shift saves him perfectly. Dalal coming in with the rotation down onto the bottom as Pota 2 raise him in the air and doom the doom there.
Young God's got to be careful. There's no mana on MAG.Indo though.
Lappy chasing MAG.Indonesia off the timid one tower.
OK，兄弟们，全体目光向我看齐啊！
Okay.
Yeah,
I mean,
back to peace.
Rapido needs to. He couldn't connect with this team and ended up going down underneath the tower again. He has Doom on cooldown. Honestly, you really just need to smoke up into this jungle. You know where Morphling is going to be farming. You catch him with the snowball Doom, he's dead. They do see him. But he'll be out.
Yeah, doesn't want to make contact and Rapido's too far away to Doom, so they're gonna leave CJ alone for now. Neither side really focusing on objectives for the first 11 minutes of the game. Wami's even going for the wave cut.
Yeah, he's gonna have this blink up soon, and he'll be able to make those blink tossbacks. And you know the target is going to be Lucify on the Skywrath mage. If you can burst the Skywrath down before fights happen, Tiny's going to struggle to... Or, I mean, MIP are going to struggle to lock down these cores on MAG.Indo.
I think MAG.Indonesia just needs that blink on Wami, and then things can start progressing, because Dalal already has the phase boots. He even skipped the magic stick, or magic wand, just for this. But he really needs kills to happen on the map in order to be useful.
Yeah, top of the net worth going so far is MAG.Indonesia. He'll get this blade mail finished up really soon, and it will make killing him a little harder, but because of just the high damage heroes that Ember Spirit and Morphling are, these Agi heroes, you can punish them really heavily just by returning damage onto them.
I like the conservative decision of CJ, just keep on hiding until you get that Lincoln Sphere. Very adamant on that as Smoke. They are deciding to walk towards Rapido, of all people. It's Pota 2, will get X marked. Pull him in, no Sleight of Fist dodge, no X mark this time as Rapido found out, thrown in the air, and ice blasted on top of everything. Easy kill onto the Doom as a siege will start. Below, rotating back up top. Looks at Young God, Nether Strike. Baiting, but instant dodge from Young God. As the lull now is in trouble. It does have Bulldoze for the turnaround, but no catch with another strike. As instead, he moves on to Yaya with a Charge of Darkness. Beautiful Avalanche Toss combo onto 2. Tag team for the turn. As an air strike will secure the Tusk. No, question mark. He does put out Walrus Punch first. Ice Shards blocking off the path. Wami cannot. Oh, grabs the tree and walks in with the Avalanche. Gets the kill onto the Tusk, but still loses the tower.
Okay, Wami, you're a tiny player. That was really cool.
Yeah, you block me and I just eat a tree.
Yeah, I just take the tree. Yeah, tree, get out of my way, dude. It was almost perfect shards, but almost perfect isn't good enough in that case. I'm struggling to find the impact of this Doom so far. I feel like he's just been killed 3 times. Been struggling to make impact with this Doom. Hopefully his team can set up with him a little bit more.
Tower is hanging on by a brick.
But MIP, they're gonna look for a smoke play bottom. Oh, counter smoke.
MAG.Indonesia. And with the X, Flappy's caught out, but nice Ice Blast return. MAG.Indonesia, though, picking it off like it's nothing, as Lozafy could be a potential target. Nice slide of fist. Onto 2 as MAG.Indonesia will return with the Blade Mail. Rapido still dies on the back line. As Poda 2 trying to keep up contact onto the Tusk. Beautiful Torrent coming out though, but still 2 dead now for Flappy. Can they make it 4? As Lozafy will get caught out by CJ, and onward they go. The double damage rune on the Ember Spirit. The lull takes the kill. And that is a double kill for the Spirit Breaker, and yeah, actually 4 dead on the side of Made in Philippines for the deep rotation.
That just comes down to it being a 4v5 fight, and MAG.Indo bring everybody in Made in Philippines they use both boat and Skyrath ult onto AA. Flappy takes that. He got his Ice Blast off before he died. Big whoop. That's the kind of play you want to make onto CJ or a Poda 2. MIP, I think the target of coordination has been off the mark, and Rapido dies again before he can get his Doom off.
I really like that control from CJ and the lull. But they instantly just focused up onto the Doom.
Yeah.
But yeah, you didn't need Poda 2's help, to be honest.
You really need Doom to start hitting his Doom button.
Maybe it was Wami, I forget. As Flappy gets bursted down once more. Lozafy and Yaya do have a lot of damage coming out. Whereas that Mystic Flare has nothing to scoff at.
Walrus Punch, Mystic Flare's a tried and true combination. It's what, 2 second duration on Mystic Flare, and Walrus Punch is a 1 second stun with a 2 second 40% move slow. They do see the Morphling
damage, which is insane.
He has a Lincoln Sphere.
He just got the Lincoln, so I guess Walrus Punch should be committed onto him, and then you can move on with the Ancient Seal. But Young God trying to run in here. Not much vision to help the Morphling. He doesn't see anyone on the map, so he should be aware of something. But in comes the stun. Or sorry, not the stun. The Arcane Bolt. But after the Ancient Seal, instant reaction onto Lozafy. Nice snowball catch, but the Searing Chains from the other side as Ice Blast hits onto one. Young God looking to survive, but nice toss and Sukuchi on Sukuchi action as the tree toss goes in for the chase. Nice remnant catch. The waveform will miss the mark though, as Young God, he's gonna run out of there.
Yeah, I don't know how he managed to live through that, and they only lose Lucify. It was a botched play onto CJ. Just feel like they didn't commit the silent, like breaking the Lincoln Sphere. You have the instant way to stop the Lincoln Sphere with the Ancient Seal. You could have maybe even used Snowball as well. Miscommunication from MIP on that Morphling kill. And he gets out. And MAG.Indo, again, they just rotate 5 heroes to protect this Morphling.
Actually, I'm just not sure. I don't think Concussor's shot breaks the Lincolns. It's only the Arcane Bolt.
Yeah, it doesn't.
It's only the Arcane Bolt. He needs to commit that first in order to wait for the Lincolns to break, and then he can put out the Ancient Seal, so...
You can also do Snowball.
But does... Yeah, and then it instantly doesn't hit. I don't think Yaya was in range, though. Lozafy was forward. Well... There does need to be a bit more communicated, because that burst needs to happen. for CJ to
Yeah.
go a bit lower on the net worth chart.
And we see Young God gonna go for a Lincoln Sphere of his own.
Coda 2 as well. As actually, with him on the Maelstrom now, he's gonna start popping off.
They ping out Young God top. Wami and Flappy definitely have the burst damage for this. Oh, and he's getting charged too. They know exactly where he is.
Wami does
I
have
think
the
he
vision,
knows, though.
but he absolutely knows because the wave is moving on behind Wami as in comes Coda 2. Beautiful Ice Blast on top of the Viva as down he goes. Doesn't even have the opportunity to use the time lapse as the rest of the team just scrambling to back off now. Rapido showing bottom. They know exactly where everyone is. And the moves coming out from MAG.Indonesia, they're just divine.
MAG.Indonesia just finished Aghanim Scepter. All of the plays from MIP so far have been botched. There's definitely a world where if MIP they make those connections happen that this game looks a little differently, but you have to give credit where credit is due. MAG.Indo have outplayed MIP in all of these little skirmishes. It's put them in the position where they are now. 4th K gold lead, 20 minutes, not too bad. It's not really that much, but it is the kind of thing that will push a team forward to an advantage.
Rather, we're just happy to see a Spirit Breaker, honestly, and in position 4. I'm personally always an advocate for this hero to be rather 4 than 3. And honestly, with the Shadow Blade build, like the way Dalol is just rotating back and forth on the map, it's very unpredictable which direction he's going to come from.
Yeah. They do see every Spirit Man. No kill potential on him, though.
It heals like the salt sea air.
Kunkka. I mean, yeah, Kunkka's got the Blade Mail at Aghanim Scepter finished. MIP, though, I think they feel like they're too far behind to make a play on a tower, which they could easily do. Definitely is something that would be in their repertoire, I think, normally, but playing against MAG.Indo, there's a bit of a name sake involved in this, considering how good they were in the group stages.
Getting the Arcane Rune, this could be an opportunity, as they instantly smoke up with it, but I don't think they even know which direction they should go to.
Yeah, they don't have any deep vision, so it's really hard for them to know. I think they're just gonna ping out the mid. Oh, they do find Morphling, though.
See him, but I don't think they can catch him. Not in time, as Youngot's still showing up top. Maybe baiting some people from MAG.Indonesia to come, but under the vision, I don't think they're aware of the smoke. They are pinging that Youngot just came out of a smoke, or no, that was actually their own pings.
Young God's getting charged. That's gonna cancel. Okay.
21-minute rune, I guess, is more important for both teams.
Flappy has 3 blood grenades.
No idea why. They're actually not even stacking on top of that.
And do they? I mean, they give 50 health.
Maybe he got one from Dalol, would be my guess.
Maybe. Pota too.
Actually, I see on the mid lane MAG.Indonesia doing an overextension with the X, but of course that's an X overextension, so it doesn't matter much. As Dalol just keeps on bullying Young God, but to no avail.
Man, MIP, they're just constantly looking for these rotations. Every time they do it, it's like MAG.Indo know what's happening. At this point, MIP should just push a tower and then take a team fight with this Storm available. They're trying to hide the fact that MAG.Indonesia has it, but I don't think it's worth it at this point. You've given up so much pressure to look for pickoffs, and the gold lead is growing.
DD Rune at the top of the river. And we're really wanting to approach it, but Pota2 sees it. Happy as well now. Pota2 instantly moving in to get that as they give up their tier 1 tower. Second objective taken by MIP.
Yeah.
And going for the risky move? I don't think you should rush right now.
I don't think they're rushing. They are?
They're pinging it.
Oh, well, they have the swarm.
Any other negative armor utilities? Not much.
No. I mean, do MAG.Indo even know this is happening? They're smoked up. Yeah, I think they know. Okay, and MIP will make the rotation out of there. Are they gonna they do have better vision though for this fight.
Your admiral is on board.
Nice control
They're
coming
gonna
out onto the twin gates as the Ice Blast comes through to find anyone. Instantly CJ pinging out the exact position of where the enemy team is. Dota 2
They
revealing.
smoke up.
Smoke
I
up
mean,
coming
they see
out from
CJ in the ward.
MIP, looking for something, but not finding much. As the lull smoke doesn't even break. I don't think the approach is right coming out from Made in Philippines. They want to
There's
cut
no-
down towards the cliff.
Rear breaker, I guess.
As Young
Oh,
God.
good ward though.
Beautiful ward coming out from MAG.Indonesia as Pota 2 is now on the back line. Breaks all the smokes, gets pulled in and doomed down. Down goes Pota 2, but they get the counter kill onto Yaya as here comes the charge onto Lozafai and the rest of them. Wami with the avalanche combo. No another strike used just yet. X-Mark pulled back into the Torrent Storm as Wami gonna get stuck just a little bit. Both feet and down is the Kunkka as in goes the charge. The Ice Blast is huge on all four almost. Young God still surviving that as Maming Daya will get swarmed up by the Morphling. Beautiful Nether Strike onto the Kunkka. Adaptive Strike as well and ripping apart Maming Daya's 3 die. Make it 4 actually because Yaya died at the whole beginning of that. Pota 2 is just clapping from the fountain. As that is Roshan for MAG.Indonesia.
Yeah, dude. Jeez Louise. I mean, that was literally just because they had the ward.
And Pota 2 sacrifice. I think that dive behind with the remnants onto the back line.
Yeah.
It just sets you up for success because the lull just, you know, he's playing bowling. I guess this isn't even Dota for him anymore. He just sees, you know, the back pins and then he's just knocking them off with the Space Cow.
Just like, you can't fight. If you're MIP, you used 2 ultimates to kill Ember, who was dead by the Ancient Seal alone. Literally didn't need to use Doom on him.
CJ going suicidal.
No, he's fine.
Oh, damn. That adaptive strike, he gets it.
Yeah, you just agi shift.
You mean strength?
Yeah. Attribute. I actually meant to say attribute shift, but I said agi instead. Floppy.
Flappy. But Young God still looking okay.
What?
But doesn't catch the
they
ancient
found it.
apparition now with the Walrus Punch in with the snowball. Flappy, a lot of ultimates used on him. Can they make the counter move though? No charge. The lull used it on Rapido or not? I think he's just trying to shove out this wave. But with that used onto Wami they go again with the Doom. Wami's in trouble. Will get ATOS then held down. The Tiny trying to fight back, but in goes the lull. Nether Strike onto the back line as Lozafai is gone. Now it's 2 for the price of 2. And Pota 2 is just on the triple. Onto Young God they go. It's still inside the dust of appearance as the lull keeps on charging, keeps on finding. Can he have another bash? Doesn't seem like it just yet. As Young God shakes off the dust of appearance, can they keep on moving forward?
Nah, he's
Not
fine.
in the Sakuchi anymore. CJ will give up the chase.
And they didn't have Maming Daya for that fight. MIP caught again, outmanned in another fight. Seems like the story of Maming Daya. Oh, Maming Daya.
The Kunkka caught out. Ice Blast goes through that BKB. The lull. Can he keep up the damage? Contact. The shatter. It's not going to last long enough as the Mystic Flare will be blocked up. The lull puts his life on the line as with a sleight of fist, a bit more damage coming out from the Ember Spirit. The shatter, it's not going through. The sacrifice of the lull was in vain. As it's a small sign of life for Made in Philippines, despite being
Made in
7k down.
Yeah, Made in Philippines brought everybody to that fight. I mean, yeah, sure. MAG.Indo, they won that previous fight, but it's Made in Philippines who adjust the rotation strategy, and by that I mean they just bring everybody that needs to come.
Smoking rocks.
Doom's gonna have Doom up again here soon. He's got the Octarine core, so it's gonna be a 90-second cooldown on this Doom and a couple of levels. And a Midas helping him scale up as well. It is 7,000 gold lead, but that's really just in the supports. Luzify and Yaya have been sacrificing their games for the greater good of MIP, and
It does feel that Rapido and Wami are a tiny bit behind.
yeah.
But this Octarine core on Rapido is definitely what's setting up MIP for success, in my opinion.
Well, either way, the success is going to come down to this Roche time, which is still 4 minutes. MAG.Indo did take it earlier, and they've only got 1 minute left on this Aegis. They actually haven't taken any tier 2s, which is what you normally see from this first 8 Roche. You just push all these tier 1 or tier 2 towers down.
I don't think you can push into a Kunkka with Torrent Storm and all that. Maybe if they would get the Persona advantage and a bit more. But with them taking their Tormentor and Yaya having that longer shard, it's not the one you want. You want the Shield of the Scion, honestly. That's the good thing. But Torrented up is CJ. I guess he kind of heard you. And he wants this objective. But despite him being half in strength, backup is there. They are trying to find a bit more control onto him. But all in all, CJ is looking okay. If the backdoor breaks, they get their first tier 2 tower.
Yeah, that's still going to be their only one, though. That's, I mean, yeah, that's fine. You get one Aegis. Or, I mean, one tower with your Aegis. It's not great. It's fine. But MIP do a good job at mitigating all of this pressure. And MAG.Indo, they have been rotating as 5 really well. Would like to continue to see them do so, as, without this Roshan, they now have to figure out other ways of applying pressure.
All going for the item of my love and only, the Aghanim Scepter on the Space Cow.
Yep.
This is
Very
so
normal.
good when you get that charge bonus.
Yeah, the cooldown as well. Might even see Dalol pick up the Octarine core, and then Spirit Breaker is a 4th core on the side of MAG.Indo, but the problem is, if you look at the net worths here, Pota 2, Wami, their net worths are struggling, even though they've been ahead in this game. That's just because of how much space Dalol and Flappy have been taking from MAG.Indo. On the other side, though, like, yeah, CJ is top net worth, but it's basically CJ walks into an area, takes all the farm, everybody else fends for themselves. MIP, Yaya, and Luzify, they're like, boys, we don't really need items. You guys just do what needs to happen.
Yeah, just camp your objectives and hope for the best, as Mamang Daya is just X-Mark covering waves right here.
Oh, the only objectives left for MIP to really tank around for are the tier 2s, mid and top. And I feel like right now, MAG.Indo, they're just trying to make their gold lead grow as much as possible. They're just going to keep farming. Hit some critical item time. It's like, yep, the BKB on the Ember Spirit that just got finished up. Wami as well. Might like to get a BKB before the next fight. And CJ, he's going to go for a BKB as well. They are really respecting this Torrent Storm and the Ancient Seal from MIP.
Aghanim Scepter done on Dalol, though. Almost level 18 on the Spirit Breaker.
He's a scary boy.
It's a big, big tanky Space Cow for sure. As in terms of XP and levels, it is still MAG.Indonesia's game you set up. As I do believe they are kind of feeling that 11k net worth lead they had, it's kind of waning. So they are trying to make the smoke play here going to happen.
They'll probably find Luzify here, though. He is caught in no man's land.
Dalol looking, searching, finding with the Avatos combo and with the charge as well. Down goes Luzify, and this second tier 2 tower. Wami is now level 18 with the grow and the tree grab. Does all the work he wants. Of course, with the shard added, objectives are going to fall very fast for MAG.Indonesia.
Luzify are going to go, or I mean, Pierre going for a smoke play. They have perfect
Daya,
vision of this
young
fight.
god, looking in with the swarm. Scotty Doesn't do much. This is a big Tiny as in comes the charge. Tidal Wave looking for the setup, but the Ice Blast. It's looking pretty okay as Yaya at the same time is trying to keep contact onto the Tiny. Finally, Wami will fall inside the Torrent Storm. But at the end of the day, they do find counter kills, and they're still in the advantage. But yeah, the big tower pusher, the Tiny, he is going to be gone.
Yeah.
Spota 2 will protect his tier 2 objectives.
And Morphling straight up got cliffed that fight. I don't know how he ended up on the cliff. I think he waveformed and ended up there. But either way, I mean, MIP, they hold edge out a small victory as they do kill the Tiny. No BKB on him made it so that he couldn't really do anything in that fight. Just got chased down, and they're trying their best. I mean, yeah, they did lose Skywrath Mage before that fight, but it's a 2-for-1. I feel like you kill Wami, you take that every day of the week.
Radiant's middle tower is hanging on by a
It's
break.
Young God. Gonna go for the Gleipnir next. A little bit more control, as you say.
Looking for Dalal's next item. I just can't decide what it should be, though.
It's either gonna be Silver Edge or Octarine Core. One of
I'd
the
rather
two.
go for the BKB, honestly. This greedy
Yeah,
position
just
4
go-
bastard.
Just go more core, I guess. Yeah, why not, dude? I don't think you really need BKB on pause for a Spirit Breaker though. Like, it's useful against the Torrent Storm, I guess. But besides that, I mean,
Oh, if you want to be an annoying asshole, I always build it.
yeah.
Because they will never catch you anyway.
Well, MIP are going for the smoke.
Looking for the approach, thinking that the enemy is doing Roshan. But with the side switch,
Wait, there's no way they do this.
they are charging up top. You have Dalal arriving as well. On the other side, no Roshan, and as soon as MIP realize
4 seconds.
they're thinking, it's a bait. As Roshan appears on the Radiant side.
I wonder if they could have gone for this Roche.
Don't go through the portal play.
Step lively.
As Roshan will be switching sides in 10 seconds. It is going to be the Aegis and Cheese as the counter smoke and another counter smoke. MIP are about to just run in. Oh, the mistake. Wami with a beautiful avalanche and the setup. MAG.Indonesia, they just need to shatter the Kunkka. A little bit more damage would be needed. But as he ticks down, even through the BKB, it's going to be Rapido they kill first. The Kunkka just living on the perfect edge and not going to shatter due to the run buff. But the rest of the team is getting ripped apart as Young God is the only survivor.
Really taking a beating.
Up onto the high ground they go as with Wami, these towers are going to be paper.
Yeah, that's what we call a ravage. Wami, just the worst person you want to run into in a smoke breaks.
MAG.Indonesia just walking in without the BKB. Want to pull himself back with the X mark. But still, the tower is just gone. Along with the racks.
Holy moly. And the Doom came through as well. It was blocked by Lincoln Sphere, though.
I'm done. How are you?
Just MIP not finding their footing here in these like engagements. And now back to the Roshan. MAG.Indo, they go, and I feel like it's GG push time with this gold lead. They're in this great advantage. So much money. Spirit Breaker just such a problem for them in the early stages, and the team fight coming out from MIP just isn't coming out. Kunkka uses boat onto an AA who lives.
The turns are just not working out for them, and just basic map movement of MAG.Indonesia is just so clean.
Yeah. If I'm Rapido,
I'd start counting my prayers as Avatos combo onto Lozify and Rapido come out. Ice Blast will whiff, but it's no matter as neither the strike is there. The Doom is down as Young God showing himself will be revealed by the Dust of Appearance. All Dalal needs is vision, but Wami is not going forward with that.
Smoking rocks.
At the end of the day, though, they're still happy with the 2 kills for nothing.
oh, more than happy. And even though it was a BKB used on Wami, it's still completely fine. They're just gonna take this tier 2 mid now. walk. Even I mean,
I
even
think they're
walk
just
up to the
taking the
high
tier
ground.
3 instead.
Yeah. Wami's
Wave.
caught in a little bit though.
Wave is kind of far away. I don't know if they can do anything to Wami. Walrus punch up as well. MAG.Indonesia trying to hold him in place. Does have cheese on the tiny, mind you. As the Torrent Sword comes out, but MAG.Indonesia just dies. 83 seconds without the Kunkka. As the high ground push comes in with the double carts. Fortification will be used on Made in Philippines. Still trying to hold on to this bottom wave. But it doesn't seem like it's really healthy for them as Wami with the toss back doesn't find the Weaver, but does find buildings. Look at the right click coming through the tiny.
Yeah.
Dyer's bottom barracks just fell.
MAG.Indo are looking to take this.
Dyer does not like that one bit.
As the tier 2 falls, so do the hopes for MIP. With the 23k net worth lead, along with this pressure. Pick off. It just works as Wami looks forward, jumping in onto the Weaver. Nice time lapse from Young God, but another strike. Again, they catch him. Despite his Gleipnir, he's still going to lose his life. Buyback coming out from the Weaver, trying to hold on to dear God and life as the last Rax is under pressure. Toss back forward, but Rapido will be gone. No Doom for 70 as mid push is coming through. Kunkka will be living again in 10 seconds into the game, but I don't think this Torrent Storm does anything anymore. This buyback is once again available on Wami. Gleipnir coming through onto the Morphling. But then again, he still has Aegis. What do you do against this guy as Mega Creeps come out? DJ is just unrelentless, not willing to die. MAG.Indonesia thrown back into the back line. BKBing, Torrent storming, but trying to hold on. Yaya at the end will just tap out with the GG. Espoda to Dalal with another charge in. Time lapse or what, but the Ancient should fall before the 2 cores die. 32-11 with a 32k net worth lead. MAG.Indonesia take game number 1.
Yeah, my P just got completely outplayed. What more can you say? I do think the draft was better, but Rapido didn't hit any dooms. They just got completely out-rotated. MAG.Indo, what can you say? I mean...
Pick offs, and don't let the Spur Breaker go through, dude. It's just too strong.
That's way too strong.
Wami on his signature Tiny. This was just an outplay, an outclass. I really do believe Wami is just in a... I don't know, he sold his soul to Gaben or something, and that's why he's so good with the Tiny. But every time, all those jumps were 10 out of 10. And, of course, Dalal just setting him up for success with the Spirit Breaker. There's a reason why this hero is a first phase ban.
Yeah, and CJ did not die a single time. It just goes to show that the Rapido, the Doom, is not the solution to this hero.
Yeah, and with that, we shall go on to a tiny bit of a break as MAG.Indonesia take game number 1. We shall be back with game number 2 soon.
Warriors around, don't get caught in the mosh pit. Fuel to the fire, ain't nobody can stop it. Trouble in my city, but you know I'm across it. Got a 40 on my hip and I'm liable to spark it. Throw down these hits, my click is indivisible. I aim, you duck, I squeeze, now you invisible. I'm not afraid of getting physical. All these different chemicals are fogging up my visuals. Bloods on my hands, got slugs on my gunners. Yo, we notorious, we ain't no runners. Bloods on my hands, got slugs on my gunners. Yo, we some warriors, they ain't called gunners. Bloods on my hands, got slugs on my gunners. Bloods on my hands, got slugs on my gunners. Put on my strap, put on the beat, put on the map, put on my team. Take out every motherfucker in between. Know what I mean? Better myself, better my aim, better my rep, better my name. Killing rappers on my hang on, but they change for the fame. Never thought I would it, now I'm running this. You don't wanna follow me, I'm up in front of this. I ran in the trouble with the truth, trying to get it what it does. Battling and I ain't never lose. We some motherfucking warriors. Cover the map and still ain't know where you can find me at. Journey through the mind of an insomniac. I ain't never sleep, staying ready, keep an eye out for the fakes. For the snakes, load a clip and I'ma pull it, something shakes. Never go to battle if you plan to lose. Life a game of chess, you gotta plan the moves. Middle fingers up, I'm not a fan of rules. Fighting for the right to live in peace and not like animals.
Bloods in my hands, got slugs in my gunners. You'll be notorious, we ain't no runners. Bloods in my hands, got slugs in my gunners. These warriors, they ain't no gunners. Bloods in my hands, got slugs in my gunners. Bloods in my hands, got slugs in my gunners.
Put on my strap, put on the beam, put on the map, put on my team. Take out every motherfucker in between. Know what I mean? Better myself, better my aim, better my rap, better my name. Killing rappers on my hang, I'm by their chains for the fame. Never thought I would it, now I'm running this. You don't wanna follow me, no I'm running this. Iron in the truck with the truth, trying to get it what it does. Battling and I ain't never lose. We some motherfucking warriors.
Watching it end again and again. I feel it in waves, you follow me. Drifting to places I should leave. So close to the edge of something so perfect. We were too scared to take the leap. I'm missing the way we used to be. Let me go. Let me in this mess I'm falling. Never know. Can't find a reason why. Can't get any closer. Can't find a reason why. Can't get any closer. Can't find a reason why. Can't get any closer. Can't get any closer. Try to forget all that we had. I'm rolling like water in the sea. The memories crashing into me. So close to the edge of something so worth it. You had the world right at your feet. It almost is all we'll Interstellar night space, no one else sees. In the underground, we're living low key. Can give you peace here in your mind. And as I found no place in the dead of night to come
I'm good.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are back with game number 2. MAG.Indonesia in the lead 1-0 right now. As Made in Philippines just gave everything to MAG.Indonesia they could ever want. As it's the Spirit Breaker and the Ancient
5 seconds.
Apparition.
4,
But Made in
3,
Philippines respawned in kind. They pick up the Kunkka again. But this time they go with a Gyrocopter instead of the Skywrath Mage. I'm unhappy. If I'm an MIP fan, for sure.
All right, die.
Yeah, letting Mag.Indo pick literally the same draft again after it completely crushed you the first game is a little weird. I think it just picked the same heroes.
Really
Okay.
looks like it,
Literally
honestly.
the same heroes. Okay, we get Wami Tiny. We get the CJ Morphling once again. And
10
I
seconds,
mean,
just long enough to regret every choice
dude,
you
Made
made
in
if you hurry.
Philippines, they have to
5
be doing some cope if they think that they have a better draft this time around. Because you did not beat this the last time. I don't know if you're going to beat it again.
I think good reaction to strong pickoffs is big team fight. Now, Phoenix is still in the pool, and then they can go for this weird approach of
Radiant's up, banning time.
Phantom Lancer.
what are you doing?
EL.
What are you doing?
Okay, here's the thing. Okay? I am a premier PL player. This is my hero. I
10
know
seconds,
I know
just long
every
enough to
matchup there is
regret
to know
every
on
choice you've
PL.
made if you hurry.
Yo just doesn't have a
5
good time
seconds.
against Spirit Breaker and Ancient Apparition, though, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, PL is trash against Spirit Breaker. In the early to mid game, trash against Tiny. In the late game, okay against Morphling. But for Made in Philippines, if your whole strategy at this point is to just go ultra late game against Morphling, Spirit Breaker, AA, all three of those heroes
Fire gets the ban.
scale incredibly well as time goes on. Man, yeah, I don't know. Made in Philippines, when Made in Philippines beat Neon in the upper bracket, they did it off of
Fire
tempo.
gets the ban.
They beat Neon off of
Radiant gets the
tempo.
ban.
And I was gonna say before the draft started this time around, if Made in Philippines want to beat Mag.Indo, they have to do it off of tempo. They have zero. They have no rhythm this game, no tempo. It's they don't know what the heck is going on. The Phantom Lancer,
10 seconds.
Phantom Lancer, might be caught with his pants down, as you're just gonna die to a Spirit Breaker charge, Ancient Apparition, Morphling Tiny. Like, yeah, you can doppel off the charge, but if you're ever caught with the Spirit Breaker charging the real hero and you have doppel off cooldown, there's gonna be an AA blast thrown at you, Morphling's gonna wait for him on top of you, Tiny's gonna avalanche combo you, like, I don't know, man. Like, you have a Tusk to run interference with Mag.Indo, but this PL pick is omega greedy, and it's not even like the best PL game I've ever seen. So I don't know.
This is looking bad. I'm not gonna lie. Unless Made in Philippines pull off like the biggest 5-head pick of the century for the last pick, I'm really not confident in this.
Yeah, I don't know. My confidence is waning in this game. I feel like Made in Philippines.
And they're running out of time on top of that. This is...
Yeah.
Radiant's
Well,
up.
the issue is Mag.Indo still have a mid available. It's probably going to be Pangolier in the PL. They ban out the Necker on the Puck, which are must bans. They also have the Ember Spirit pre-banned. But Yeah, I mean, the Pango's available for Mag.Indo if they want to go for that. I mean,
Void is available. There's just so many good options though for the PL.
5 seconds.
yeah.
Storm, I wouldn't. Yeah, I wouldn't even pick it, but it's still banned.
Storm isn't that great. You
I'd
can
even
also
go Invoker. Honestly, this is so good.
Invoker's terrible against PL. Don't do that. It's not a good counter. What
No,
is
no,
a
no,
great
no,
counter?
I'm thinking of the synergy with my teammates.
Oh.
At this point, I'm not even looking at the Made in Philippines draft. I got everything I wanted.
And and they picked Dark
I don't
Seer?
know. I don't know. This Ion Shell is gonna give their positions away so hard.
10 seconds left. Well, 8.
This is bad. This is just bad. Like, the Darkseer is not the big team fight turner you really want. It's what Enigma used to be, RP is right now, and Ravage is right now, but Made in Philippines, I think they just drafted themselves in a hole. Because MAG.Indonesia have all the time in the world to decide how to crush this into smithereens.
I feel like you picked Monkey King here on Mag.Indo and the game's over.
Basically. Monkey is great. Void is okay. I still think Invoker is great against the Kunkka.
And also pick a Bristle back into this team if you want to do really weird Bristle mid shenanigans. I mean, honestly, Meg can do anything.
Or just basically take the Bristle off lane and then the Spur Breaker mid lane or the Tiny mid lane. That could also be an option, but versus we know MAG.Indonesia, this Tiny is most likely Wammies, the Spur Breaker will again be on the lull side. And yeah, MAG.Indonesia is just, what do you want to beat them with? Right? Like,
I guess. DK, that works too.
Yeah, Mawang Daya is like, their Proto 2 is already like, laying back in this chair. It's like, guys, this is gonna be a passive lane. I'm gonna have some fun with it.
Black Dragon is like deceptively really good against PL. It's like
even red already. Is that AoE attack?
I mean, it's fine, but yeah. Okay. First of all, Mag.Indo win this game, and that's what I'm going with for my prediction. Okay, so don't get confused. But a 6-slotted PL can win any game. Made in Philippines just need to get to the 6-slotted PL, and maybe they have a chance. But will they? I don't think so.
I'm going MAG.Indonesia without the but. I don't see a situation where Made in Philippines are getting to the 40-minute mark, or the PL has a chance to be 6 or 7 slotted even. But
I mean, okay. Just to talk about it a little bit. I mean, PL can really punish heroes that don't have a lot of like ways of getting around. Tiny and AA among them. If you're an ancient type person and there's a Dragon Aghanim Scepter Spirit Lance coming your way, and you don't have any tools to defend yourself, you're dead. You burn the mana off of
that was unreal.
The Morphling. Both Tiny and Spirit Breaker are mana reliant heroes that need the mana to do stuff. Same thing with DK. Like, you have the options. You have the oppositions, but
I don't think you can focus on everyone, and there's just so many counters for you, though.
Yeah, and the PL build this game is probably just straight up like boots into Aghanim Scepter is what I would say. Oh, he's literally okay. I see it. He's going treads into Ags, which is probably the correct call. Honestly, at this point, considering the PL game, I'd be surprised if he bought a Diffusal Blade. I'm not gonna lie. I have seen some games where PLs just skip Diffusal Blade and go like Aghanim Scepter, Sanjin Yasha and just hope for the best. This might be one of those games, honestly.
I think this is Jover. Just joking.
Well,
nonetheless, we are going to cast the crap out of it, because it is Made in Philippines, who did survive Neon Esports, and they did fight valiantly against Talon, but at the same time, Mythical Avenue
Yeah.
Gaming Indonesia. It looks like they're gonna do it here. Make it to the lower bracket. Further
Good
on.
luck, Maming Kanka. I understand that.
Well, last game it didn't work out for them, so let's see how it does this time around.
You have to put the pass behind you, right?
I'm
That's
pretty
what this game is
sure
about.
Interactive Philippines are more than ready for their next enemy, which will be played tomorrow. Because, of course, we have good old Talon versus Execration for you, ladies and gentlemen. As tonight's last match on the table.
All right,
And they
guys,
start
30
off with the D ward. A great start whenever you can get an enemy D ward at the 1 minute mark. Man. Okay, so what are the avenues of success for MIP? Dark Seer has a better game. I mean, Rapido last game I was a little underwhelmed.
The main event.
Wasn't just a little underwhelmed. I was underwhelmed with his performance. Didn't really get that many critical dooms off. Just sort of existed in a space. Didn't get pickoffs. But this time around, you do have Vacuum. You know, you have Vac Wall. If you make an Illusion of the Dragon Knight, it's pretty good. Illusion of the Morphling as well is pretty good too. And you do have Gyrocopter support, right? That's just a lot of burst damage, so...
We'll see a pretty good cut to this time around.
Yeah.
Watcher on watcher action. Eventually Lizify will try and get the courier cut off, but he doesn't have a word to play, so never mind. I'll take that back as let's start with the top lane this time around. What do you say?
Sure. Yeah, CJ, Ancient Apparition. We saw this lane before. This lane won't get punished this time around. Last time I was kind of hoping that, you know, the Ancient Apparition would die a few times, but when you have a Dark Seer in your lane, it's kind of tough to do damage, but you do have a Tusk to give your Ion Shell, right? You get level 2 Ion Shell, put it on Tusk, he snowballs in onto the Ancient Apparition, you get a kill. Pretty good, but this damage over time doesn't do a lot against a hero like Morphling, who will just keep strength shifting, and, you know, Ion Shell in a double ranged lane won't really have that much of an effect. So I feel like this lane is really survivable for MAG.Indo.
They play their cards right. As mid lane, the most passive lane of all passive lanes, I believe.
Yeah, honestly, I don't even feel like talking about this. This is just gonna be Kunkka like cleaving Dragon Knight, who has Dragon's Blood.
Well, he's gonna heal back, and then they face off once again as MAG.Indonesia is building an army of bracers, but Poto2 does the same, and then there's gonna be strength on strength as they muscle against each other, but no one's gonna die.
Yeah, no, nothing happens. So, you know, good talk. Bottom, Wami Tiny is goated with the sauce. Extra fries with a side of meatballs. Man, he is balling out on this hero every time I see him play it. And you have a pairing with the Spirit Breaker once again, double melee lane. I guess you don't really care. You can just get on top of the Gyrocopter with the charge. Avalanche, toss him back into your group wave, burst him down.
There's that avalanche we just talked about, but they instantly just turn on to the PL instead.
Yeah.
As soon as Young God approaches the wave, he's like instantly getting right-clicked.
That's gonna keep happening to him too. He's gonna struggle.
Especially with the Tree Glab. Actually, it was up top that we get our first blood, but charge did go through. Flappy dying again.
Yep.
But it is more than likely that the Ancient Apparition is gonna get gone on with the shards and Snowball and the tag team.
Yeah.
Is down bottom though.
Yeah.
Young God falling a little low. Another charge from Dalal. This one a little deeper. Zwami trying to make the approach. Still has 6 stick charges if he wants to play that avalanche. But CJ going up for a Rapido instead. This is looking like the top lane is where we have the aggression despite having Spirit Breaker and Tiny on the bottom.
Yeah, Maming Daya.
CJ playing along with Lozify.
Yep. He might get burned if he keeps doing this. If you throw out a snowball catch on him when he's really low, he's not expecting it could go down, but with how many creeps are here right now, I would be surprised. I'm actually surprised Lucify isn't pulling the creep wave. You normally do this when you have a Darkseer in your lane. You just like walk in behind the enemy tier 1 tower and just
do the creep skip dance, but it doesn't look like it. He just wants to approach CJ instead. Nice waveform dodge though. As the Morphling is just fine.
Yeah, he's totally okay. I mean, if that was a melee carry, he would have died there, but double Ion Shell is a lot of damage. Unfortunately, you can waveform away and you're totally fine. And yeah, this mid lane is the most passive lanes I think I've ever seen in my life.
I keep like looking back at it, and then just, you know, two people with swords just beating on each other. Pretty fun.
This must be so boring.
This is so fun.
Oh,
this is my.
This
is basically my Zen play. This is Yaya going with a homing missile. In comes Yaya. That burst damage eventually though kills Pota 2. Although it goes to the creeps, so neither of the people on that lane are happy. Except for Pota 2. Rapido. Not gonna gone on. This engage from CJ eventually is down bottom. We have an avalanche onto Young God. As the day-night cycle changes, the lull is I think he's looking to go up top sooner rather than later.
It is a pretty good Darkseer game, considering how good Ion Shell is going to be. Pota 2.
Mid lane charge onto Pota 2. They want to get him before he gets Dragon Form. But at the same time, nice Torrent caught out onto both the lull and Pota 2, but survival of the fittest. That raindrop was more than enough to save the Dragon Knight.
Did he even use a Oh, he did, because of the, Yeah, you're correct. I was like, the raindrop, what did it proc on? The bow, you dummy.
Could have been the Torrent, I'm not so sure.
I don't think Torrent procs it. Don't think it does enough threshold damage. Because it's any instance over 75 damage.
damage. Oh yeah, and Torrent is only doing, right now only 80. But charging onto the mid lane once more as Pota 2 still not level 6. Well, might just die here as well, but the lull with the charging will save him.
Dude, he has like 17 HP regen. That was a good charge to keep him alive. And MIP just trying to put pressure onto Pota 2. Wanted to keep him down while he didn't have Elder Form. He's got it now. The strength of his generations flowing through his veins. Called a generational wealth, I believe is the term for the Elder Dragon form. So he's gonna get voted up again.
Pota 2 getting caught out. Yaya just can't give up the burst. As the homing missile catches him, that is a death. As a toss back onto MAG.Indonesia, they will be looking for the exchange kill, but I don't know if they have the damage for it. Another bash coming out from the lull. The Torrent is a nice deterrent, but it's not going to be enough as Wami runs out of mana. They will give up on the chase. I think a good exchange kill, although as CJ will just waveform dodge once more.
Yeah. Yep. I will say for MAG.Indo, they did, I would argue, over-rotate mid. I mean, they're trying to keep Pota 2 alive, but he's died a couple of times. With this ultimate, he's going to try to push this tower down. If Main of Philippines negate this first Elder Form, I think this Dragon Knight is... His impact in the game is going to wane significantly. This tower being alive is really limiting the movements from MAG.Indo, and they're just not going to push it. I guess they're just going to farm with the Elder Form. Okay, sure.
Yeah, Pota 2 is looking to just come up and recover just a little bit before the 10-minute turn. As right now, he is pretty much just a tiny bit ahead of Rapido, who, of course, as we've seen, Darkseers has been suffering. X-Mark, Boat, along with the Torrent follow-up maybe, but call down indefinitely onto the Dragon Knight, just chain stunning him down. The DK dies along with Flappy. Now that is the rotation of MIP that they're happy with. CJ has the tier 1 tower open. Can they make a counter kill onto this wave-forming Morphling though? This in comes Rapido.
They're even gonna
Will
try.
have to strike. No, not even the attempt will happen.
That's such a nice rotation from MIP. They killed 2 in the mid lane, and even more importantly, they killed the Dragon Knight when he's other Dragon forms. I mean, it was like at the tail end of it, the duration, but...
On goes Luzify onto CJ, but it's an attribute shift. Still has waveform. He's just gonna get out.
Yeah, he's fine. You really don't have any kill threat on him. You need to burn his mana so he can't waveform away.
Let's see though, Young God a little bit behind, but still looking for that first item, Magnum Scepter. That will be the speed burst to his farm that he's looking for.
Yeah, the farming speed you get from Magnum Scepter on PL is absurd. You can literally just farm entire ancient creeps with 1 Spirit Lance. And for those of you wondering, yes, he is building Magnum Scepter, and yes, Young God does only have 1 point of Spirit Lance. Because the damage from your illusions comes from the Phantom Rush they get when they respawn, or when they spawn, not from the actual Spirit Lance damage itself.
That 2. This time only X'd, but it's definitely really annoying. Keep on dying like this.
And MAG.Indonesia is having a much better performance in this early stage. He's level 9.
And getting close to that blade mail as well as Yaya. Finding everything in the triangle. Wami taking care of it as fast as possible, but in comes the snowball. Charge was used, call down onto Wami as the homing missile comes out as well. Beautiful shard as the ice blast onto the 2 supports, but MAG.Indonesia bringing over the boat. Wami is gonna get stuck over here as Young God gates out Flappy first. They do get Wami as well. Dalal looking at the stragglers, but no one's gonna shatter. As Dalal wants to take most of the farm, will be successful, I might add. But dodging the ice shards does still have the bulldoze, but will be punished for his sins.
Yeah, MIP are doing the tempo thing, and they have a PL on their team. Okay, well, you know, 6-slotted PL.
DJ still taking the first objective on the map? Question mark? Yes, he. No, he isn't, because Darkseer is going to cancel it. Although, let's see, MAG.Indonesia looking for the X. CJ tries to wait for it, doesn't get the waveform off in time. Charge, safe, coming out from Dalal. As they're going to go for the counter kill onto the Darkseer. Insta punished, and MAG.Indonesia has nothing to offer in counter.
Rapido struggling once again. 0-2. I believe he has over this first game and the second game still has 0 kills. He is not having a performance worth remembering in this series. But the past is the past, and you have to play for the future. Hopefully, he can make a turnaround in some of his decision making and skill usage. Level 4 Ion Shell.
Wami's looking for that pop-off. About to get that blink once more.
Yep. That was big item timing for MAG.Indo. This is when they're going to start looking for pickoffs. And he goes like,
Ice blast onto Yaya. Beautiful catch. And despite him using the call down, it's worth nothing as the homing missile comes in onto him. They want to find the counter kill onto the lull. But if they can find the support, no, Dalal still dodging and weaving, but a huge Tidebringer coming out from MAG.Indonesia. Takes out the Spirit Breaker. Did you see how he turned to get that kill with the trapezoid? That was insane.
I did not. All I saw was that he got Tidebringer down. Oh, the blink on Wami.
Here it comes. Avalanche, toss combo. Back towards Flappy. Out comes the ghost ship, but it's solely misplaced. Then it still doesn't matter because you get the rum buff as they will tag team up on to the other side to Pota 2. Wall of Replica out on CJ as the torrent does not catch the Morphling. They're trying to catch MAG.Indonesia as fast as possible, but the Xmar pulls back the Spirit Breaker and Dalal behind enemy lines, diving deep, but he will get it with another strike. I don't know how he got the vision for that, but still, at the very last second, he's like, gotta jump in.
That was just blatantly out of range, dude. I was straight up hovering over the range on that spell, and he was just straight up never inside of that range. What the heck? Young God, he's got to be careful. They do have AA Blast to combo with an ability on the PL.
I think he kind of needs a Spirit Breaker for that, as Pota 2 will deny the tower.
Nah, you can Avalanche combo that guy, he'll die. Oh, they're gonna do it!
Onto Young God go with the Avalanche and the Toss combo as Flappy. Looking hard, but in comes the charge. They know which one the real one is as the Tree Toss goes out on top of him as well. Wami will be saved by the charge, but a beautiful dodge with the Doppelganger. Young God is just unwilling to die as 2 die from the side of MAG.Indonesia. Young God really low, but still surviving at the knife's edge. 130 HP on the PL as in comes the turn. Homing missile onto Pota 2. Adaptive strike. CJ just doesn't have the range to start hitting the missile. At the end of the day, MIP will also back off, but not before taking 3 kills.
I actually thought they had the damage for that. Even I baited MAG.Indo into that. I was certain they had the damage. I guess I'm just not remembering the amount of HP a PL gets. He's got 1500 HP with the Aghanim Scepter. He's going stat heavy, and he's gonna get this Diffusal Blade around the corner. Oh, nice X Mark play to go back to base for the regen. And yeah, I mean, MIP are out-rotating MAG.Indo this time. And I think he's having a little bit of Game 1 syndrome. And by that I mean, like, Game 1 he was hit all of his charges connected because there was no way to stopping it mid-charge. This time around there are 800 different ways of stopping it.
Vacuum and homing missiles as he gets jumped on with the Torrent, Snowball, everything thrown at the Spirit Breaker.
A bottom.
And after that pickoff, they're gonna go onto Young God on the other side. The Ice Blast did not connect onto the PL, and they are blatantly aware of it. As CJ does not have Morph to steal spells and turn around for this, as Pota 2 will fall for this. CJ diving a little deep to that, and Rapido will punish CJ instantly.
Oh, he was agi shifting when he got
the
stunned
counter kill
up.
onto Flappy comes up as well. This is done really well from MIP. These rotations. MAG.Indonesia.
Yeah,
I guess they just previously played this and now they're getting countered as Maming Daya makes it out after taking out Tier 1 tower all by himself.
Yeah, the one nice thing about PL is that you are not cooldown reliant at all. So you can just keep fighting, and unless you're caught in like an insane amount of burst damage, which is starting to escape the fingers of MAG.Indo, you don't care about the enemy team at all. He's got this Aghanim Scepter going, he's farming like a mad lad.
And he's got that Diffusal finished as well. On the way from the courier.
If you're on MAG.Indo, you have to be careful. None of your heroes, except for the Spirit Breaker, can get up. But if Spirit Breaker's mana gets killed, then he will die. And that is the power of this Diffusal Blade on the PLs. You can just walk up to whoever you want and just kill them, basically.
I am not a betting man, unless it's basketball, football, horse racing, rugby, cricket, or curling. But if I was,
CJ.
The will of Discord, but Losify jumps in first. Walrus Punch into the Snowball. X-Mark, though, pulls him back. CJ in trouble with the newly found Manta, tries to dodge out, and with the Strength Shit still alive, but at the end of the day, the burst damage coming out from Yaya is just too much to handle. As they move towards onto the mid lane.
Yeah, MIP are playing the map way better this game around. This was the MIP that beat Neon. And MIP, just like when they did beat Neon, they were down game 1. They're gonna make me 0-2 for predictions in the series. Delul.
Oh, well, as Delul dives in on I don't know why he wanted to do anything over here.
I think he was just farming creeps, but Walrus Punch doesn't care about Bulldoze, by the way. Fun fact, I bet you didn't know that.
I do believe it goes through stat res, so
it does.
That's Flappy. And with a pull in, nice vacuum, straight up into the air. Down goes the Ancient Apparition.
And MAG.Indonesia, I believe, Aghanim Scepter on the courier. Yes, it is. 18
That will be
minutes.
the team fight.
Yeah, that's the team fight.
Boys.
Dyer's middle tower is
I
taken
don't know how
one
you kill
hell
Young
of a
God, actually. I think you just need to burst him down. Like, AA Blast, Avalanche combo, get a charge
Young
going.
God, Avalanche, toss. Or no, just Avalanche, now toss. That tail. They do get Young God. That is a big pinata and a big set of pocket change in the Pota 2's lap.
You know, an unconventional item that you could build on PL this game is Lincoln Sphere.
That thing is standing on its
It's
last brick.
pretty, like, very niche, but against the Spirit Breaker and against the Dragon Knight, it's super value. Those two heroes alone make the item worth it. You'll basically never get stunned up, and then you can just go full damage items like, I don't know, friggin' Butterfly, Manta,
Art for survivability.
I don't think you need Heart if you're going Lincolns, though, actually. I'm not gonna lie. You just go Scotty if you want a little bit of tankiness, especially for the Morphling. And the anti-heal.
He
for
chooses the
DK.
Manta and the Heart instead.
Yeah.
So I guess he's not listening.
He's not listening to me anymore. He's like,
nah, the Aghanim Scepter recommendation was a good play, but from now on, just keep it to yourself. Thank you very much.
yeah,
The PO.
I don't know what I'm talking about. I only have like 400, 300 something games on PL. 350? I don't know.
The young god is like, just turning around. I have 1,000 games of PL. Shut up. But yeah, at the same time, Yaya gonna get caught out on the mid lane. Avatar's combo. In comes the charge, but it does nothing. Nether Strike onto the gyrocopter as Rapido is like, yeah, if you choose violence, I'm just gonna replicate it back towards you as the homing missile goes through onto Pota 2, and the Dragon Knight just disappears. It's truly magic coming out from Made in Philippines right now, as with the rush, they will set it up. The lull getting pulled back just a little bit, but MAG.Indonesia can't keep up the contact. The bulldozer is just too fast. At the same time, CJ looking for a Scotty of his own. It could be a mitigator onto Young God later on, but sooner rather than later, this Manta style is going to be finished on Young God, and he's going to have an army of illusions now.
Oh, he already has an army of illusions with the Aghanim Scepter. It's just gonna get
Even bigger.
exponentially worse. Delul has just straight up finished a Shadow Blade. I think he's just gonna try to push these waves out. As a 7,000 gold lead, 21-7 in favor of me, Parb. Rapido having a much better game this time around. Oh!
There's MIP. Easy turn with the snowball, but Delul still goes through the charge. The Tusk dies, but Rapido walking into 4. This is a 1-by-1, which I'm not a fan of, but in comes the Torrent Storm. Rapido still trying to survive. They do get Wami, but they still lose the Darkseer. Can they get even more to get that counter kill? Delul pulled in with the Ghost Ship. Now it's 3 for 2. As if they can keep on going. Actually, it's only 2 for 2. I am corrected. Now it's the 3 for 2, which I might be looking for. And now they should be happy with all that.
Yeah, I think they were happy. I mean, no, they probably weren't happy with it before. It was like, whatever, but now it should be more
now
even.
They're okay, especially if they get the tier 2 as well with it.
This is the one thing, is that this PL is still scaling. And Morphling behind a PL is not the best hero to deal with that kind of situation.
Well, what would be the best?
I mean, the best hero to deal with the PL late game is Faceless Void.
Sven.
Just because Sven's pretty good too.
Sven.
I think Faceless Void is better just because you chrono him and kill him.
Sven stands ready. But yeah, Delul slowly but surely going for that Aghanim Scepter once more. As Pota 2 just about to finish a BKB. Slowly but surely, MAG.Indonesia are getting items, but I don't think they're fast enough right now. As much as it seems impossible, it really looks like Made of the Philippines is
Dyer is kicking
Yeah, they're out tempoing right now.
They're
They have a
right
gem on the
now
bench as
having the
well.
speed as well.
Yeah.
CJ looking for the dodge in through the twin gates. He will be successful with that. But
It's kind of crazy that they're still buying sentries even though they have a gem on Kunkka. I guess, whatever, who cares? Supports still need gold somehow.
yeah, finding wards is always fun.
They caught Spirit Breaker.
Oh,
They know he's top.
Illusion.
Only
They definitely
vision
know
wise,
he's top.
but
Okay.
I don't think they're going
Whatever.
on him.
Yeah, whatever. Yo, Lucify is just building a straight hand of Midas into Agon Scepter. Sure, dude, have a game. He's gonna go Blink as well. The Blink kickbacks on Tusk are gonna be really dangerous for MAG.Indo. None of their heroes really like being caught out of position. And we're seeing Tiny go Agon Scepter as well as a possible solution to the PL, but with no natural Maelstrom builders. I mean, Dragon Knight could, but is not going to. He's going to go for the Daedalus instead.
You just want to straight up damage and kill the illusions with his corrosive breath and
They see him.
Dota 2. Gonna get X-Mart, blink out, BKB, instantly used, but that's not how you want to use your first charge. Despite all that, he does make it out of there.
Yeah, he's fine. But you release your first BKB on nothing.
Monet on the bottom lane. Rapido coming around and about.
This ball, yeah, Wami, as you said, he's gonna get caught out here.
Wall of Replica, homing missile, toss back, but it doesn't do anything. The Tiny, only level 14, gets bullied out by 3 people. Just a pile of rubble.
Yeah,
Radiant's middle
he
tower
may
is
be a
about to
boulder,
smoke
but
Radiant's middle tower
not
is
to
being
MIP.
smashed all to hell.
It's so weird to me that Tiny is supposedly a boulder, but he grabs trees, throws trees. That's
Mamangaya.
Pelota 2. Gonna go in with the Dragon Tail, in with the Ice Blast as well. The Kunkka is a counter kill for the loss of Wami, as Wami tips Mamangaya as well. Oh, sure. As in with the pull from the vacuum, they get the counter kills for Flappy. But every move right now MAG.Indonesia makes, I think Made in Philippines are looking to punish.
I mean, they got something out of that, but for MAG.Indo, that's a really big kill. He had just finished his BKB too. So you get the kill onto him when he has the BK. Oh, Lucify top?
Should be a catch. Onto the Tusk, but here comes the cavalry as Young God arrives with the Spirit Lance. Onto Ami and Dalal, but Dalal first as out comes the vacuum, pulling in CJ. And right now, CJ still trying to be aliving, but it's looking tough as Pota 2, half HP on the DK. All these illusions, they are bringing in the numbers, and it's the attack of the clones as CJ now all alone. The Ice Blast misses it off the mark as CJ trying to back off as much as possible, but he doesn't have as many illusions, not even close. He gets breaking off from the Ice Shards, and they take out the Morphling. It's 4 dead now on the side of MAG.Indonesia as Made in Philippines are marching towards game number 3 right now, taking out their second tier 2 tower 27 minutes into the game.
Yeah, Young God. He is the Senate now.
He's coming down.
The MIP look to push up this high ground.
You're in the vicinity of Dyer's top
I don't know
tower.
what the defense is going to be like. I mean, you do have the tree throw. No?
Charge through with the tree throw. They killed the
Without-
illusions at least.
Yeah?
You know,
Those come
Copium.
back. We're in Copium territory
Round
for
2.
me. Copium round 2? Okay.
Yay! We killed the illusions. I mean, one is left, but yeah. Okay, the case will take care of it.
Daedalus Tiny can clear out the illusions with the tree throw? Or
Cope?
with the, tree volley? Cope? CJ can turn into Kunkka and get some cool X marks on PL Cope?
Tidebringer can work. It will work.
Yeah,
that's at the same
Tidebringer
time.
too.
PL, one of the slowest Roshan takers right here for Made in Philippines, but at the
Yeah.
same time, it's an Aegis is an Aegis. as MAG.Indonesia are doing their best to just find up some wave cuts and pressure some tier 2s. Finding a bit of time, but instantly the retreat is getting called from everyone.
Don't look now, but
Spota
Radiant's
2.
bottom tower is getting
I don't know if I would dare stay or stick around.
They have a ward, so they see Young God around. And Young God does have Aegis, so he could get picked off here, but you can see him microing the illusion, like the illusion around in the wave, acting like it's the real one as a deterrent for the Spear Breaker. A neat little micro play coming off from the PL. We'd love to see it.
Young God about to finish that heart and then straight into Scotty.
Yep. This is very normal, very classic PL build where you just get as many stats as possible.
CJ with the Scotty. Last time not working him out. He is going to go for the BKB himself. Trying to mitigate that Torrent Storm. Just like last game.
Yeah, I think that's really the only option you have. Delul. Delul.
Gonna get cut out with the X and destroyed. The Spirit Breaker gonna have to sit on the bench for 50 seconds. I do believe he is missing some of that damage due to the last time he did have a Drum of Endurance as well on top of everything. But no matter, as the last tier 2 tower while MAG.Indonesia falls, Young God pushing in with the illusions. They are getting tree volleyed, mind you, but Young God just doesn't care.
Yeah, he's got that heart finished up now. He's going to clear all the trees on the side too, so there's not going to be as many tree volleys.
Zwami's waiting around. He is thinking of where to use that tree volley ultimate.
Not very.
Young God is just going for the trees. I love it. You just love to see it.
Play.
Sabotage. Sabotage his strategies. Zwami's just standing further and further away, trying to find a wally position, but he doesn't even reach it as the backdoor protection kicks in. But the next wave is on the way. His backup is over here. Wami moving in with the lull as well. Pota 2 trying to cut off the intercept, but it doesn't really work out as Wami will die due to the PL. Buyback is available on the Tiny as Young God pushing in. They get the lull as well. Buyback on the Spirit Breaker 2. Can it come out, or will it come out is rather the question. As Pota 2 gonna get stuck in the thick of it all. The DK falls. There's buyback on the DK as well. They're not really looking to move in as CJ will cut off the first tier 2 tower for his team, but he's just gonna get stuck on the enemy side of the map. Does have a TP, but needs to run away from Rupido in order to make it back towards the base. Pota 2 unwilling to buy back as the rest of Maiden Philippines will be moving in towards the mid-racks and the mid-tier 3 tower. Bit of a dive coming out onto Flappy. The Spirit Lance will miss this time. As Young God a bit over aggressive, but he does have the Aegis. Pull back onto CJ. Nice walrus punch and kick. Avalanche combo. Dalal moving through as the Ice Blast catches onto the Kunkka. Young God still not caught out in it as CJ tries to get the Kunkka as fast as possible, but he's going to BKB TP out of there as Young God takes out Flappy. Once again, buyback available on the Ancient Apparition, but no Ice Blast. I don't know if it's worth it anymore as the DK about to respawn, but you're gonna lose your second tier 3 tower. MAG.Indonesia, they are trying to grab on as much as possible. PL form stolen by CJ. Doppelganger out as CJ trying to set up for this play, but he doesn't get any more illusions after he does this thing. That thing's been patched for a few years now. It's not TI-8 anymore, ladies and gentlemen, as Young God. His illusions are getting eaten by the minute, but here come the counters. Illusion warfare right now, but the attack of the clones, Young God is a little bit stronger. CJ, at the same time, looking to fight into all of this, but can't really shake off this PL.
30 seconds left on Aegis.
It seems to be long enough as the Apparition is back into the fight. Does have Ice Blast this time around. Nether Strike doesn't make contact though. The lull, thinking of which one's the real one. They find it with the Avalanche, but the catch is just not there as the Ghost Ship comes through. Glimmer Cape saving CJ, and the charge is not going in. Here comes the call from MIP. High ground to round number 3. No aegis anymore. Is this the move on MAG.Indonesia? The avalanche onto Yaya as the ice blast hits onto one. Young God again dodging it out as a tree volley comes through. Another strike onto Young God, but a beautiful vacuum pull onto CJ and the low. The GG is out as Made in Philippines even up the score with a team wipe for the Cherry on top. 42-11 with a 25k net worth lead. In 34 minutes, MIP even up the series.
Okay, I guess we ate our words about this PL pick, huh? I mean, it was pretty good. I don't think he died after he got a hard end. I mean, the high ground from PL is really strong. A lot of people really underestimate the amount of high ground pressure a PL can put out. You just sit up there with the heart and you just hit towers and like the enemy can't do anything to you.
He only died once 20 minutes into the game, and that is it. That was beautiful. I think we just cast our cursed MAG.Indonesia way too hard, honestly.
Maybe.
But their plans, they just didn't pop off, and the Tusk, I think, was just way better this time around.
Mm-hmm. Now, also, Rapido had a much better game this time around. He had some crazy vac walls that really paid off for them, and MAG.Indo, I really like their play of the game. The first game, they just shut down Rapido. Game 2, Rapido was shut down like a little bit in the other game. They just thought they could ignore him. Nope. Can't ignore the Darkseer. Just a lot of vacuum walls into just really enabled a lot of the team fight from MIP. And MAG.Indo might have to go back to the drawing board on this one. I'm not sure.
I just think that comparing Yaya and Lozify just has the better Tusk gameplay. I'm not gonna lie. Despite Yaya playing a decent game in game number 1, I think with both of them playing the hero, it's definitely Lozify that has the better performance on it. But with that, I guess we can go on to a tiny bit of a break as we shall prepare for game number 3 between Made in Philippines and MAG.Indonesia.
Seeing monsters out your window. No, you can't sleep, you pretend though. You don't have to play the hero. Cause I got you like you got me. When the earth shakes, when the bombs scream, until our last breath, every heartbeat. When side by side. You know I'll come running when you need. I'm coming. You know I'll come running. You go to war, then I'm going with you. Pick up my sword, yeah, there's nothing I won't do. When you sound the alarm and the chaos is rising, leading the charge, yeah, I'm coming, I'm fighting. Swear on the breath that I breathe, I'll never retreat, yeah, I'll be your army. If you go to war, then I'm going with you. Pick up my sword, yeah, there's nothing I won't do. When you sound the alarms and the chaos is rising, leading the charge, I'm coming, I'm fighting. Swear on the breath that I breathe, I'll never retreat, yeah, I'll be your army. You say I make you nervous, a tragedy, I'm a beautiful disaster, a reckoning, you wonder how I got this way. You think I'm someone to be saved, someone to clean up and tame. Oh, some things never change, never change. You think I would look pretty on your arm once you cover up my bruises and battle scars, but it always ends the same. Can't bear the things I've had to face, got you crying on your knees in pain. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh, you break your back to make me feel again, suffocate to make me breathe again, lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption never came. I stopped asking for forgiveness, cause you should know only fools tread where the angels fear to go, but you keep trying to get too close. Save myself by turning into stone, so save your judgment cause you just don't know. But some things never change, never change. Oh, they say I should feel guilty and change my ways, leaving crumpled bodies in my wake. Swear I didn't mean to make them break, swear I didn't mean to make them break. But they're so delicate and so mundane, and they keep coming like a moth to flame. Oh, some things never change, never change. You break your back to make me feel again, suffocate to make me breathe again, lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption never came. It's time to quit while we're ahead. Don't think like that. I will love you endlessly. If you don't believe, don't you be like that. I will love you forever. If you don't believe in me, yeah. You couldn't be with anyone. I couldn't be with
Looks like we've come to the end of the road. There's no point in running away now. I'd rather sleep until the storm is gone. She'd rather be shooting at me now. I know it will end up in anger. I don't think we grew up, we just became older. She's aiming her words, ready to fire. I don't think that bullets will bring back desire. I don't think that bullets will bring back desire.
As ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to game number 3. We're having some deja vu here with Plate, as my name is DOTA. Welcome to the third game of MAG.Indonesia of Made in Philippines, as MIP managed to even up the scoreboard. But, you know, a little bit of switching back and forth in the order, and finally the Phoenix teamfight makes it through. As MIP, they're looking solid in the draft and the timing this time around. And they're not wasting time bringing MAG.Indonesia under the bus, as that last PL pick last time around, or actually it was fourth, was really solid for MIP.
5 seconds.
Curious to see if this time around, we were very confident.
Yeah, I was pretty confident it was a dog PL game. Turns out it was a ballin' PL game. I don't know anything about Dota anymore. It's like the one hero that I think I know inside and out just completely got sauced on.
Yeah, Platoic approach to Dota, you know? The one thing you're certain of is that you don't know Jack.
That's true. And, I mean, here, Made in Philippines are going to turn it around again with the Kunkka. They go with the Phoenix egg. Kunkka will try to protect the egg. Obviously, you get the Horde Storm going with the boat as well. Tusk. We've seen this all before for Made in Philippines and MAG.Indo. They go back to the Spirit Breaker once again. Both the Kunkka, Spirit Breaker, one-on-one hero. Same thing with the Tusk, and they're going to go with OD.
Okay, this time Pota 2 looking for mid lane domination. He doesn't get his Meepo 3 times in a row. I do believe this is a good counter to the Kunkka. Astral Imprisonment takes away a lot of the mana, and then what do you do as the Kunks?
Well,
find old talismans. What other solution do you have?
I mean, the OD counters Kunkka in 800 different ways. First of all, you have a save for both Snowball and X-Mark and Boat and everything else in between. It also just, I mean, yeah, it dominates the lane, but against the Tusk, the Phoenix, the Kunkka, I think it's 3 strength heroes, right? I mean, you're going to be dealing a big amounts of damage with the Orb. You're going to go Snapfire 2 to kill the Phoenix Egg. MAG.Indo are doing a 180 on their draft right now. Just trying to respond completely to what Made in Philippines is doing. And right now, it looks like it's working.
Snap 3 or Snap 4? More likely Snap 4, right? Huskar.
What in the world?
Yeah, just rotate the Kunkka to the off lane and then counter the OD straight up. Made in Philippines, setting up the trap perfectly for MAG.Indonesia, and MAG.Indonesia just walking head first straight into it.
Yeah, Huskar, pretty good. I mean,
and just in case, covering their bases. I really liked MIP's draft order here. This is very baller from them. MAG.Indonesia banned the Morphling themselves. DJ, I'm gonna get a new hero. First time this series.
No, they actually ban out the Morphling. I assume that Made in Philippines maybe picked it up. Wouldn't have been terrible.
It's a good question if Young God would have gone for it, but, well, I guess we won't find out as his most picked hero, or one of his most picked heroes, the Naga Siren, also gets banned. There are still a few more options for Young God himself, as Templar, Slark, TB, and for some reason still that Nature's Prophet is on the board. More than likely...
Nature's Prophet is not on the board.
No, for him. Oh yeah, but with Nature's Prophet gone... From the 4 most picked, I don't like either, to be honest. But if
we're not going to see another PL, I don't think.
Highly unlikely, but you never know.
That's true. You do never know, and you only know until it happens. But they're basically going to use all their reserve time right now. No reason to think about it. I mean, every reason to think about it. No reason to snap pick as MAG.Indo. They go with this OD play against the Huskar. I mean, Huskar's just going to build a Heaven's Halberd like he always does, and evasion is something OD cannot really deal with. You get evasion plus BKB on a hero, and OD struggles a lot against it.
Okay, Viver banned.
Yeah.
As Made in Philippines, what are you looking for? Carry to just slap through all of this.
Faceless Void is like the only thing I can think about. Maybe you can.
I don't like. I like the Chronos setup. I just don't like the damage output.
You have a Phoenix. I mean, you have Phoenix.
Faceless Void more for MAG.Indonesia, to be honest. And then just wait for the Phoenix to egg, counter that with the rest of that. Yeah, they go for the Templar for Young God. As I actually like Faceless Void here for MAG.Indonesia. This looks solid.
Yeah, with Kisses, with Call Down. Just Chrono the Huskar, he's going to be low HP.
10 seconds.
Templar could be a problem though, but you might have the control with the Spirit Breaker and the OD.
Oh man, holy smokes. Okay, MAG.Indo, what do you got? What do you got for me?
Let's see, CJ, most picked heroes. Faceless Void. Naga first. Templar is gone, and Meepo is banned. Faceless Void is the only one on the table for him from his most frequently picked heroes. I'm gonna open his player page on our partner site, cyberscore.live. But as it loads up, after the Faceless Void, it's Medusa, which is bad. Alchemist is 100% win rate for him. Versus also an option as they go Darkseer. I think they're gonna Gyrocopter carry here, which according to my notes is only 50% win rate for CJ. Trying to outfarm and tempo the Templar. Pretty optimistic for MAG.Indonesia. As I'm gonna put my foot down, and since I have to predict first, I'm gonna go Made in Philippines for this one because I really like this Huskar pick, and I don't think Potatu's having a game.
I have 0% probability or 0% casting guesses so far. So basically, I have to go with the opposite of what I think. My gut is telling me MAG.ID have a better draft. But I don't... Yeah, you know what? I'm just going to say MAG.ID win this. I'm going to go with my gut again, even though it's failed me twice. It can't fail me a third time. Surely.
Well...
Surely.
Curly or Temple, it doesn't really matter, as Made in Philippines. I think their setup is really, really good. As the lull is on the 3rd time on the Spirit Breaker, and again, that control is just perfectly there. I don't know if the SB is figured out or not, but currently it's looking rough for the MAG.Indonesian side. And of course, there's the morale boost coming in for MIP. but we'll see how that works out for them.
Yeah, MIP might be the upper bracket slayers that we will learn to know and love. Huskar, I will say, it's gonna come down to Mamangaya Huskar. If Huskar gets ahead, good luck to MAG.Indo, but I don't think there's a lot of like. You get the Aghanim Scepter on the Huskar, and like you're making plays happen around the map. You can catch somebody up, but the OD is there with the save. I think this OD pick is really key for MAG.Indo, whether or not they're going to come out on top in this one or not. Whether you can save people from Boat and the Huskar.
Oops. Was fired, connecting and instantly disconnecting.
You gave all you could give, but it was not enough. You gave all you could give.
And now we have Rubido on this Klenka. Nice play by MIP to snap up this Klenka every game.
I'm getting too old for this horse shit.
Yeah, not the best display of skill from Mamangdaya first game. Second game, way better. We'll see if Rapido now can man up to become the team fight player of the team. As he had a decent performance with the Darkseer, but honestly, it's interesting to see. I don't know if Flappy will have the approach, though, to the Phoenix Egg, now that I'm thinking of the encounters. Because he's more than likely just standing back trying to cookie people out. But he needs to put his body on the line really hard in order to counter that Phoenix Egg.
Snapfire countering Phoenix is really hit or miss. It basically just comes down to if the Snapfire can get the little shredder off and walk up to the target, right? Like you just need to be able to walk up to Egg and then do it.
But there's X-Mark, there's Torrent. There's a ton of damage coming out from Young God. Mamangdaya can disarm you.
It is really fast though. The
little shredder,
I think it's 6 attacks. Yeah, it's 6 attacks you get, which is all of level 1 Egg. So a level 1 shredder will kill a level 1 Egg by itself.
Well, let's hope. He is on a snail though, so
he is on a snail.
It's gonna be a slow Snapfire.
This is a 6 set, by the way. I'm a big fan of the snail.
Absolutely agreed. As Rapido will be found, but no attempts at catching him just yet.
No.
Lola and Wami looking for Young God. Do find him. No level up on anything on either side just yet.
I will say the Darkseer Ion Shell onto the Spirit Breaker will be a lot of damage. The Darkseer this time around doesn't have that many good Ion Shell targets, basically just himself and the Darkseer, but himself and the Darkseer. Yes, he is also Darkseer, but the Spirit Breaker, oh my goodness gracious sakes, don't I help. The Spirit Breaker is a great Ion Shell target as well.
Carrier, but
yeah.
Yaya and Young God
and they've got an ancient.
Walking about and about.
You should have an ancient.
And about.
Are you kidding me? Get
Oh yeah, 2 bounding runes on each side. Peace is an option, kids. Especially in the first few minutes of the game.
Peace is never an option. Violence always.
Oh, look at that. Like, neither of them attack each other. They're leveling up pretty peacefully. Nothing chosen on the lull just yet.
Now in mid we have Huskar into OD. I'm gonna keep it 14,500. I don't know how this matchup goes.
It's pretty awkward. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it looks awkward for both. I mean, for both of them, because you just get astraled off cooldown on Mamangdaya, but then.
Then yeah, Burning Spear. You know, just putting out the damage on Pota too.
How does OD deal with the Burning Spear exactly? Especially when you get level 2 on Huskar with the Berserker's Blood, it's like, how do you...
Yeah, he's already level 2. This is gonna be interesting.
But it is pure damage on Arcane Orb. But the issue is Huskar doesn't have a lot of int.
And he doesn't need anything. It's just such a good counter to the OD.
He's totally fine.
Talk to me about top then. Rapido. Does he need to keep distance between Flappy and CJ?
Yeah, I mean, if you get hit with a scatter blast and there's a flat cannon coming out, CJ isn't gonna get the levels in rocket barrage.
Oh, getting caught out, looking for the approach as the cookie comes out from Flappy. But Lozify still gets the first blood with the fire spirits.
Yeah, I was about to talk about the burst damage from Made in Philippines. You get a Tidebringer going with the Torrent. Fire spirits, as well as good amount of damage. And, yeah. I mean, this top lane, you saw it here first. CJ and Flappy can both struggle, even if you do get the cookie away.
Now, what about
but
bottom?
For those two, yeah, for bottom, it is probably have favor towards the Tusk and the Templar Assassin. If you get the Darkseer caught in a shards with the tag team going and the meld strike, it's a lot of physical damage. With the armor reduction from the meld, plus the extra damage off the tag team, you could easily see the Darkseer going down in a couple of hits.
Yeah, we did talk about that refraction charge, or the refraction charge is getting burnt down by the ion shell, but keeping up this closeness, yeah, exactly. Keeping close to the Templar is, or closing the gap onto her is just kind of hard.
MAG.Indonesia mid is just running down Pota too. Is just getting so much HP. Yeah, I think OD is gonna start having the problem where you're gonna get ran at by Huskar.
Interesting, he doesn't choose the level 2 Berserker's Blood, but the regen, even on level 1, gonna be enough to survive that Astral.
Yeah, you normally max out Burning Spear because of the damage scaling is insane.
He's doing pretty fine. Gonna deny his flag bearer easily.
Yeah. And yeah, he just walks up to Pota too, and then right clicks him down.
Up top though, we do have Lozify and CJ caught. Cookie not making the contact. Flappy does not have the attack speed due to the fire spirits. Rapido, he's just gonna rapidly just walk around Flappy, but the tree will be in the way. A beautiful Tidebringer snipe off. Still gets the kill. That's CJ. Surviving with a sliver of health. Gyrocopter's just not having a good time. The Torrent makes the contact as the snowball comes in. CJ should just die here as the right clicks from Yaya will be enough to kill down the Gyro.
A good rotation by the Tusk. And,
interesting rotation by the Space Cow, but it doesn't do anything on MAG.Indonesia. Huskar's just fine.
Of course not. Yeah, he's a freaking Huskar, dude. He's level 4. He's gonna be level 5 here soon.
Oh, and he didn't get water runes? I don't think he cares.
No, dude, Huskar, one of the few mids in the game that does not care about runes at all. You just sit mid with your 2 Gauntlets of Strength and then yippee-ki-yay.
Already 3-0 right now on MIP, 5 minutes into the game, as it's a solid lead, but it's fragile. Let's be honest. CJ can pop off on this Gyrocopter, but not like this. X mark on Flappy as they look for the control onto the Gyrocopter. The Torrent misses, but the Ice Shards does not. And Lozify and Yaya, they're just gonna hug CJ to death with these Ice Shards. As of right now, down bottom, Young God could be in trouble. Surge coming through. Wami trying to keep up the contact onto Young God, as we did mention this to be hard, but here comes Yaya looking for the turn. A beautiful body block onto the 2 as the melt comes out. The snowball, it's not going to be a save, it's going to be an aggro turn as Young God at the same time still trying to hide in the trees. The ion shell, it's burning, it's a lot of damage, but it's not going to be enough as Yaya looking to be in trouble. Psionic Blades looking through the charge. They will get Yaya and Young God at the same time, putting MAG.Indonesia on the board.
Yeah, and I mean, the Meld Strike was there to maybe get the kill onto the Darkseer, but he just finishes his Vanguard now, and with the Vanguard finished, it's going to be so hard to put pressure onto this Darkseer, even with these rotations. They did such a good job of shutting down CJ, but Young God is the one that pays for the price.
I really need to see Dalal pop off as he finds a DD, but Hood 2 is like somewhere else on the map.
He's jungling, actually.
Right now, MAG.Indonesia just out bullying DOD from the lane. Dalal gets the DD and could just charge up onto Yaya, in all honesty.
Yeah, if this lane completely open level 6 on MAG.Indonesia basically means you can never approach the lane as OD. Like, what do? You just...
No charge. No charge. That's just gonna chill. 7 minutes in, the runes shall be spawning. Yaya looking for the steal? Question mark?
I think so. Yeah, I think he will.
Cut through here behind the tier, in front of the tier 2 tower.
No, he's done. He's not actually doing that. I'm surprised he didn't. I feel
It
like
does
most of the
seem
time
like
he
the
would.
proper approach, but
To be fair, we know that there's nobody there taking it, right? Like,
yeah, that is
little
true.
unfair.
We see everything as the
Luzify.
charging comes up onto Luzify. Does not have level 6 just yet. Icarus dive. Trying to buy a bit of time, but he's just gonna get charged down as Yaya. What are you doing, my friend? Gonna get cookied and controlled as Young God and Rapido coming in for some damage. Yaya running interference could be paying off as Flappy is next. But it's 2 for 2 at the end of the day, and it's not the happiest of exchanges as MIP.
You can tell Dyer's middle tower is in trouble from the way
It's gonna be an even trade on the Wisdom runes, as I do believe Wami could just walk in and get his level 6 with that.
I mean, it's both supports for both supports, but you don't kill the Templar Assassin, and that's really the big deal. Is Young God is still AFK farming. Like, you have these, plays where you can, like, charge the TA with the Ion Shell, vacuum, get the kill. None of it's happening. Young God is playing really well, I would say. I mean, he's farming like a madman, doing everything you want TA to do. He's going to get the Dragonlance soon, and to Desolator, hit all these early item timings, scale really well.
Almost 1,500 ahead of the Gyro, so DJ just lacking a bit behind, despite having Flat Cannon on level 3.
Yeah.
He is going to get level 6 call down. I would argue he needs Barrage as well for the farm, but who am I to say no? It is true. For carries, we don't usually level it, right?
Yeah, no, you don't go Rocket Barrage on carry Gyro. You just go Homing Missile, Flat Cannon. The way you normally play the lane is you'll, like, get Flat Cannon and then use it off cooldown to harass the enemy for free, and then when they're low, Flat Cannon or Homing Missile them down. Didn't really
They're on
happen
the
that
tower,
time.
on bottom. Will get taken. Another strike as well. Dalal basically throw out the wall onto Young God. Backup is very, very slow as Luzify comes around as well with the Icarus dive. It is a bit of damage on pocket changes. Dalal is going to go down. Wami, a bit more damage onto the Darkseer, but it's not going to be enough. But Rapido finds the next target onto Flappy as Young God gets a double.
Thanks for playing.
They're just feeding Templar the kills on MIP's side. And, I guess they're happy with that.
Luzify hit a beautiful Fire Spirits combo in that team fight, and nobody on MAG.Indo could burn away the refraction charges. Such a nice play from the Phoenix. And yeah, I mean, it's pretty even. All things considered.
Onto CJ. It's not going to be even for long as the ghost ship will hit through. CJ will die, cannot deny himself or run away as Pota2 looking to punish in. Rapido, a little low, but still with the rum buff. Will hide in the snowball, and they're just going to roll out of here as the ice shards block him off. This is Yaya just styling now. I guess he took my words to heart.
Yeah, I don't think he liked what you said about him. Luzify bottom is just getting run down. He's fine.
He's just still being the biggest nuisance on the map right now. After that Fire Spirits play, I guess MAG.Indonesia are kind of red-eyed.
Yeah, they probably don't know what to do at this point. I mean, Wami is top net worth in the game. You have that going for you. He's going to go for the pipe. Aura item, Darkseer, very common. But
if you're in the vicinity of
yeah, who do you make illusions on the Huskar? I mean, Huskar right-click damage is fine, but the illusion dies in like 3 seconds. TA? Sure, I guess, but it's not really that important. less about the wall this game, I think, and more about the Ion Shell. But unfortunately, you don't have great Ion Shell targets besides the Dark Seer, or Spear Breaker, and the Dark Seer.
So with the 3k foothold, they're looking for more. Rapido with the rum buff. Just being a nuisance on Flappy. Not necessarily looking to kill him. Sending him back to his place.
Yeah, imagine if Kunkka combo did 1,000 damage at 11 minutes. That would be nice.
Well, maybe if it's a mid Kunkka, but not in this case.
Yeah, I know. With the builds that Kunkkas are going nowadays, he has double bracer blade mail finished again. We've seen this every single game there's a Kunkka. He's gonna get the Agnum Scepter too. And with that, I mean, Rapido will be ready to fight with his team.
Dota 2, Witchblade ready. But it ain't a puck.
Nope.
But, I mean, it's a fair chunk of damage, you know? Obviously, coming out from the Witchblade, so I'm not gonna negate it. But I do want to see the Eclipse. Right? Yeah. I do want to see the... I think it's the orb now, no? No, that's correct.
No,
yeah, it's Astral.
Imprisonment. Yeah,
but it straight up just steals mana, not int.
Yep. Oh, you're right.
So, basically, Sanity Eclipse, you need to have the mana advantage damage in order for it to work. Because Wami burst out Yaya. Supernova was used down here on the bottom. But no boat, so the chase is not on. As Wami will survive with a sliver of HP. And is still going for that pipe first. I would argue that Guardian Greaves would be a bit better for him.
I mean, if you think about it, Phoenix, Kunkka, and Huskar are all magic damage. Burning Spears is magic damage. Kunkka, Torrent, Boat is magic damage. Phoenix, obviously, all the spells are magic damage. The pipe, negating a lot of that. You really go Greaves if you want some sort of AoE armor heal. Don't think that's going to be super useful. It will be later on, but just not immediately, I don't think. And he is going to go for the Greaves after.
Nah, he is instantly queuing it up as that Vitality booster. Poor guy is not going to do much for a while.
250 health for 1,000 gold is pretty nice, though.
Yeah, it's always nice to have HP, I guess.
Yeah, HP is always good.
Maybe Octarine Core later on as Mamang with the armlet now going straight for the BKB. Wanting to fight early and well, but all is good as Young God is... I don't think he's going to be ready just yet. Just getting the Desolator now. I'm looking for the Blink BKB for later on. As Rapido rushing in to get his BKB as fast as possible. Mamang getting targeted. He's feeling it now.
He's getting charged.
Will contact be made as... Nope! Dalal stops it at the very last second. He's just instantly getting taunted by Mamang though.
Yeah. And with that armlet finish, he's gonna get this BKB, and Huskar will be very difficult to kill. In fact, he'll be almost impossible to kill with the BKB. As the only person that does physical damage on the side of MAG.Indo is CJ, and he is probably not going to be engaged in fights. He's just trying to finish the second Scepter as fast as possible, and he's pretty far behind. But yeah, made in Philippines, once they get these timings on their heroes, they're just going to make plays. But MIP...
Another strike, instantly onto Rapido. They will look for the control onto the Kunkka. Supernova comes out, but is absolutely ignored. A bit of control onto the lull, but here comes Pota 2, looking for the baited in Made in Philippines players. MAG.Indonesia taking 2 for the price of none.
Yeah, really nice play, and you used Boat and you used Egg for that team fight, so MIP used everything. Are they just gonna go? What? There's what? You can Roche?
Straight up Roshan as without your carry on top of that, CJ just nowhere to be found. Pota 2 wanting an Aegis for himself as here comes the counter. Walking about over to it, Mamang half HP on the Roshan. Nice ice shards coming out from Yaya as he's rolling in deep towards Wami. Poda 2. Looking for the counter Astral. Roshan is just wandering about like a senior citizen, to be honest.
They're bringing CJ.
Here comes the gyrocopter. X-Mark onto the lull. Nice little torrent. A bit of control, but the cookies looking to save the Spirit Breaker. Poda 2 in range. Lozify will be looking to find him. Call down coming out from CJ, trying to zone them out as Mamang after the Eclipse. He's just gonna back off. Nice Nether Strike. Control onto Young God, and down goes the carry of MIP as Lozify can't really find the damage now. The Huskar doesn't really want a team fight as Lozify will die. No more Supernova. CJ just walks into the pit, but Poda 2 is the true hunter as he gets Yaya as well. 11-9 on the scoreboard, and MAG.Indonesia are now in the driver's seat.
Yeah, Mamang doesn't have that BKB finish for that fight. It's on the courier now, but MIP were just trying to stall this Roshan for as long as possible, and MAG.Indo will take it. Not only do they take the Rosh, but they take the first fight. Everybody from MIP kind of crumbling in that engagement. They didn't have any lockdown for the targets. They didn't go on the same people. And this OD is starting to cook a little bit. Does quite a bit of damage with the Witchblade going on. Gonna get the Aghanim Scepter next to really pump out the damage. Actually, wait, no, it's different. It's not the triple Astral anymore. It is the Essence Flux Shield.
Yeah, Astral Imprisonment. Well, it's changed with the shard, but it's not the double either. I do believe the double now is a Talon. Is it not?
Nope.
Oh, it's not.
No,
they don't get double Astral. But
oh no, it is the shard. It is the shard. Grants additional mana capacity steal to no.
No, also allows allies to move, so it's just a moving one. It was changed, so the Essence Flux is basically like an Aeon Disc kind of deal.
Yeah. Cooldown every 60 seconds, can't be refreshed. Imagine if it could be refreshed, that would be amazing.
Yeah, you'd become like a damage spongy tank.
Something like that. And yeah, this Roshan taken up from MAG.Indo. I don't think they're gonna really push any towers with this. I don't know who really takes towers on the team. Maybe the Gyrocopter with the Aghanim Scepter, but CJ is just gonna farm until he gets a BKB. You won't see him for another 3 minutes, 4 minutes. Are they gonna go on to Poda too? No, they have to back up. Man, MIP are getting out-rotated. This is giving me shades of Game 1 where MAG.Indo brought the numbers to the fights, let alone the draft difference. Oh, man. Oh, top.
And with a catch onto Yaya, but it's just a casual information gathering death.
Everybody, they're top, everybody. I'm dead. Help.
Yeah, you don't really ask for help then. You tell people to push the other waves, but I don't know. As stated previously, Young God still no BKB. Looking very slow as Mamang also wanting this Sange and at least that Sange before he keeps on fighting. CJ now, Mask of Madness though with the Aghanim Scepter. I'm still curious about this build.
Mask of Madness eggs on Gyro.
Yeah,
it's just so you get the flat cannon off
faster,
more, right?
Right.
Yeah, you just use flat cannon the Mask of Madness and you get all the attacks off. So the thing about the Gyrocopter egg and like carry is that you need two things for it to be good. One, you need something to hit the flat cannon attacks off of. And two, you need to be able to hit all of them off. Like, if you just die on the Gyrocopter and you can't use all of your flat cannons, like when it comes off cooldown, it's not a really good Gyrocopter game. But this time around, I mean, there's really only one way to stop him from doing that, and he can just build a BKB to prevent that from happening. I think it's a pretty good Gyrocopter carry game. He's just smooth farming for the whole game, basically. And Mamang, even though he is going to go for this Heaven's Halberd, Huskar does fall off a little bit, at least until you get level 25, which won't be for another long time. The Burning Spear is doing pure damage. It's such a big deal.
Would argue that he really needs a Diagonum Scepter, especially against the OD or the Gyro. I think both of them are pretty good targets. But we'll see if they get that control, because Lizify is also going for the Seal Scepter after the Midas. I wouldn't be surprised if he'd go for the Hex after that. Because they're baiting people with Young God coming around. But MAG.Indonesia are just not biting.
Don't look now, but Radiant's
No, they're not biting at all, and this D ward coming out from Flappy is pretty good. You have his 4-man smoke from MIP looking to get a pick off, but they place a ward.
Anything. CJ?
CJ?
Daya feels the break. Doesn't see the cookie target though. They go for the gyrocopter instead as the rest of the team find the gyro. Dota 2 far and wide, not even close for this. Is Flappy. He stopped his TP out. So
I think he
Grandma's just stuck.
Yeah. I think he was gonna try to help, but your TA has hit critical mass, I would argue, with the BKB, D-Lance, Desolator. Blink isn't on the isn't available quite yet, but I don't think that really matters. The Lul with the Blade Mail this time around.
You know what?
No, that's just happening.
He's gonna go into the thick of it, trying to get Lozify get down, but the Supernova turn, Astro Imprisonment for the return, as Rapido trying to pull people in with the Tidal Wave. Nice stunts coming out from the Supernova, as the lull will be sacrificed, will buy back and try and look for the turn, as Mamang Daya will be covered with the Mortimer's Kisses. He's just gonna instantly turn around with the Berserker's Blood. The cookie does nothing, but with the control from the buyback, the lull will find the kill onto the Huskar, as the rest of the team trying to fight and survive without their big carry or the big damager. The Huskar is gone, but still Dota 2 dies. As the charge through onto Rapido, homing missile, nice torrent break into the charge, but CJ is unrelentless, just flap cannoning Rapido to death. As the homing missile number 2 will most likely kill him.
No ball!
Oh, the save! It comes through from Yaya. Oh yeah, he's saved, but at the same time, ball back with the X. He's still gonna survive. He's untouchable. Oh Yaya though.
Come on.
It's gonna be the counter kill. No snowball. Oh, he does it again! Wow.
Are you kidding me?
He's just playing Mario this time, Blink out this time, an X and the lull. That was a dieback on the Spur Breaker, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my goodness!
As MIP even up the score with that little bit of a play, but I think the biggest congratulations is to Rapido and Yaya on surviving all that.
I can't believe it, dude. They canceled everything. Oh, Rapido walked towards Yaya, snowball, and then you had the X safe. They're just buddy copping it up the whole time. They were under arrest, but didn't go to jail. Oh, MAG.Indo. You gotta be feeling salty about that one. I can't imagine. And as you said, it is a dieback on Delul.
Step lively now.
What a sick play from MIP, showing us the micro. A Wami? Wami!
If you're in the vicinity of Dyer's top tower, I'd put on a hard hat.
Mamang Daya gonna get caught out with the Yules. And with a setup, Walrus Punch as well, is trying to run out with the Surge and the Force Staff, trying to save him, but the X-Mark pulls him back as the Torrent Storm comes out onto Flappy and the rest of them. Supernova is out there as Poda just doesn't have the attack speed for this. He's just gonna get caught out in the Nova. The sun is shining too bright for MAG.Indonesia as the made in Philippines keeps on going. Yaya gonna get charged. The Space Cow is just gonna come back, but the lull will not go through with the charge as CJ makes it out of there with the BKB.
And I think Wami learned a very important lesson. The illusions don't do anything to egg. He had all of his wall illusions hitting the egg, and of course they don't do anything. And yeah, I mean, MIP are running train over MAG.Indo right now with this tempo lineup. It is tempo that made them beat Neon. And it might be Tempo again that pulled him over. MAG.Indo before this, I mean, in the group stage, didn't lose a single game, period. They went 12-0. And now in the tournament, lives are on the line.
Don't look now, but Radiant's bottom
And in
tower.
Philippines, though, it's looking solid. They have an even better foothold now. It's 5K up on the net
And they're
worth.
gonna go Roche.
As they do have Roshan in the eyes, but I do believe they want to hold out and fight the enemy in the outskirt jungles as they're setting it up with traps. Now, Mangdaya, they have their BKBs back up and running.
Yeah, there's a smoke play.
As CJ doesn't have it for 14 seconds. In goes Yaya with the jump in. As the snowball control onto Poda 2. Here comes the rum buff. As they want to turn onto the OD. Astral Imprisonment trying to buy some time. As onto CJ they want to turn. Tidal Wave onto the OD. Right clicks, right clicks, right clicks. As the Aghanim Scepter helps out Poda 2 just a little bit. But at the same time, Mamangdaya will fall for this fight as Rapido can't even find the kills. One by one they fall.
What?
They had all the tools, but Poda 2 with the Aghanim Scepter will just turn this fight around as Made in Philippines will die one by one and the team wipe is there.
What the heck happened, dude? I mean, egg is on cooldown. I assume Phoenix died before he got the egg off.
Yup.
Okay, MAG.Indo showing signs of life. Get a full team wipe. And I feels like that Aghanim Scepter from the OD really showed its value there. They just tried to burst him down. He was the target that was showing, and I don't think there was enough respect put onto his name. As MIP now, they lose their tower. They're gonna lose this Roshan, I would imagine. And the brakes have been put on the MIP train. They're gonna 3-man smoke into this? There's no way this is correct. This cannot be the way to go. Okay, Aegis on CJ. He has BKB up again. They have a ward.
Yaya, diving forward. On to Flappy they go. That fire down. That is a nice counter kill for Roshan. But that previous fight, the way they lost it due to the wall and all the damage coming out from CJ and the boys, they are looking for a better teamfight control, and I think it was just kind of a vision problem, I guess, and then the Phoenix had not coming out.
It might have been. I feel like both teams have literally equal vision for that fight.
That is true. But look at the graph though. It's having a heart attack.
The graph doesn't know what is happening right now, dude.
I think neither do we, but that's just another fight.
I'm just here to tell you what's going on and what I think is gonna happen, dude. And honestly, what I think is gonna happen with MAG.Indo now that they have this Roche, all these tier 2 towers outside of MIP's base are gonna go. Maybe they wait for a couple more key items, but the Gyrocopter's building up the Silver Edge.
Luzify gonna get caught out. Another strike for the follow-up. Luzify is gone. Just a little bit.
Yaya now with the drums of endurance. I think he has the full. No, I thought he had the full GG or not GG boots, drum boots going, but. Take a look at the items now. You see CJ in the lead. He's got the Silver Edge finished. BKB, Aghanim Scepter going. You know, he's nice and happy. Guardian Greaves finished on Wami. He's gonna go Octarine Core. He's going.
Aghanim Scepter. He wants that normal punch, an extra illusion. Maybe from Mangdai himself. I think that Huskar illusion is not half bad, to be honest.
Yeah, it's not that bad actually. When he has Armlet going, it's quite a.
Mangdaya.
Huskar.
Mamangdaya. In comes the counter rotations. Dalal goes through with it. As Poda 2 puts out the Eclipse into the snowball. It's not perfect, but still getting Mamangdaya and Yaya. As the Rumbluff goes off onto Rapido, but the dive coming out from MAG.Indonesia. It's looking like to be enough, as a little bit more ticks onto the Tormentor would kill the Kunkka, but instead they'll just dive forward for it. Poda 2 still with cheese. Looking good as they steal the Tormentor from the enemy. Poda 2 is more than happy with that.
Play.
And it's paying off.
Yeah, that was wild. They had that ward placed up. I was like, dude, you go for this dive, it's crazy, but they get the initiation onto MIP and now they're just falling apart. They don't have the resources to subvert a lot of this damage. It's actually so much like damage coming out. Obviously OD, it's all pure damage. CJ with the flat cannon coming out. They will sometimes crit because of the silver edge that he's purchased and the break. I mean, Huskar has to be careful every time he's broken. He is a walking figurehead.
As in comes the high ground pressure from CJ. They're trying to buy some time, saving the catapult with Astral Imprisonment just a little bit. But they're just gonna reset themselves as, yeah, they're not the first ones to take tier 2 towers. Mid pressure and bottom pressure is real for them. But despite that, Wami resets the lane.
They have like a minute left on Aegis.
As they're looking for another diamond, Dalal will stop the charge. CJ sitting in Silver Edge, but is seen by the trap. As a sentry will find him. Can they make the turn? No, Yaya doesn't get the blink off in time. As they're just gonna slightly tap on CJ, just a little bit more. One more minute on the Aegis. They don't want to overdo this as Dalal does it a little bit too much. Dual sceptered up, in comes the wall, BKB on BKB. Pushing out Young God for as long as possible. But in comes Mamangdaya, still not doing much as how come the Mortimer kisses. It's a lot of right clicks coming in. But at the same time, Mamangdaya will survive his own illusion as Yaya a little bit too deep. The Aegis will fall on CJ, but can they control the gyrocopter? Mamangdaya still alive along with Young God. If they get this pull in onto the gyro, that would have been huge, but it doesn't happen in time. Half HP on the gyro as they take this tier 2 tower on MAG.Indonesian side.
A little bit of a scuffed fight coming out from MAG.Indo that time, but they, you know, they still find the opening. They get rewarded for just outplaying their opponents, and only they get the Aegis. It's crazy that, like, nobody gets gold or experience for that, and 20,000 damage was dealt. Just goes to show how close these fights can really be, even though MAG have this 13,000 gold lead. And you can see that this win probability plummets 91% in favor of MAG.Indo. I think MIP, their window to win this game is closing ever so slightly, as the last big item for Mamangdaya on this Huskar, the Aghanim Scepter purchased up. Maybe he can get some taunts going. He really only has one target though. If he doesn't go on to Pota, he's just gonna Astral Imprisonment. He's gonna save the person that's getting gone on.
But yeah, this definitely is gonna be a potential turn from MIP with that Aghanim Scepter on the Huskar. Dalal?
They go for a Lafdura.
A bit of a pull onto the Spirit Breaker as instantly out comes that save with the Astral. A beautiful vacuum onto 4 as Mamangdaya is looking to be controlled. CJ is just damaging out everyone. Looking to make the contact. A beautiful punch. Pota 2 takes the kill on Mamangdaya as the Rupido also dying. Lozify dodging backwards. They took the fight without the solar. Oh wait, the supernova. But speaking of supernova, Lozify is gonna get caught out. Down goes the Phoenix for 54 seconds as high ground is just at arm's reach for MAG.Indonesia.
And literally, what did I say? Literally, what did I say? You don't go on OD, and there's an Astral Imprisonment save, and 3 people from MIP died because they overextended, try and kill Delula. Now they're going to go high ground. MIP, their entire tournament lives on the line as this high ground starts to push out, and they don't have buybacks on all of their heroes because they just have to get these items to stay in the game. It's all falling apart for them. They only have buyback on their Phoenix. He's the only responsible player on the team.
I don't think it's that bad though, because they are going to lose this lane, but I don't think the second one's on the line. Because top is open for them, lane. But in all honesty, MAG.Indonesia this close to making it forward in the tournament will not risk a second set of racks.
Oh man, OD now with the Shiva's Guard. He is so tanky. The attack speed slow. Coming out from him, and the anti-heal as well for the Huskar, just in case the Silver Edge wasn't enough. Also good against the Sunray. Is there a Scotty builder? Is Gyro gonna get Scotty? Nah, he's just gonna go evasion. Let's get the butterfly going. really good against the Huskar as well.
And it is an MKB building forcer for Young God.
Yeah,
I guess
he needs
Nullifier
it.
is also a solution, but I don't know who would build that. As Rapido still struggling to find some extra armor. He is gonna eye up the Shiva's Guard. All in all, I would say a C. No, Shiva's Guard is good as well.
Shiva's Guard is fine.
Slowing down the gyro just a bit. Looking good.
I mean, MAG.Indo are just gonna wait for next rush. They don't need to put any pressure onto MIP. MIP are just, you know, they're the ones that had the lineup that, oh, it's a really fast Roshan spawn too. It was like 40 seconds. And yeah, I mean, as I said, MIP, they really don't have great scaling. It was just all in on this early game team fight. And now that the early game team fight is over, you have to deal with alts like friggin' Wall of Replica that scales super hard. You have Sanity's Eclipse that does so much damage.
Yeah, MIP are absolutely out of their power spike. They really need to come together in a team fight. But it's just about that good execution. I don't know if they can, because the LoL is going to run interference as well.
Dude, there's such a nice ward here.
Roshan number 3 will go down to MAG.Indonesia. And CJ with the Aegis. Refresher on Wami.
Yeah, that's going to be crazy.
A huge advantage on the Dire side approaching this fight. As a charge in instantly into MAG.Daya. Nice under fire, forced out, but there's another strike. The LoL with the BKB, a bit of an overextension from DSB, but does have buyback. As CJ, does MAG.Daya really want to turn into this BKB to break out the magic missile? Will start and bait in there as a beautiful buyback coming out from the Spirit Breaker. Lozify buying back, trying to bring in the Supernova, but MAG.Daya will fall nonetheless. As 2 walls now. Young God trying to just realize what the hell just happened. Because at the same time, Wami surviving it all. Yaya will fall. 52 seconds without the Tusk. It is looking like it's over for Made in Philippines. As the second tier 3 tower will fall. Wami with the walls just basically forcing them back.
Yeah, MAG.Daya tried to force that fight without the Spirit Breaker. Doesn't work out.
As in comes the homing missile. Rapido will need to eat it. As the illusions coming through, they will be losing their top racks at least. But tier 4s now. They are getting targeted as Rapido wants to wait for his buyback before he engages. Does have the Torrent Storm almost up and ready. 20 seconds still though. Ghost Ship is available as nice little cleanups coming out, cleaning off these spells. Torrent trying to slow it down. Tier 4. 1 is down. The second exposed. 12 seconds to the Huskar. MAG.Daya really needed for these fights as Lozify also does have the Supernova to be pushed inside their face. But the Ancient is exposed now. I don't think they have what it takes though. As MAG.Indonesia looking to respect the enemy. CJ still standing in front of their faces. Down goes the Ancient as the LoL will go in with the charge. A beautiful vacuum, but out goes the Supernova. MAG.Daya still trying to survive as Young God is very, very low. But at the same time, Pota 2 will fall as CJ, all he needs to do is hit the Ancient, but it's not going to be gonna happen because of the Heaven's Halberd. A nice dive from MAG.Daya, but he does not have the buyback once more. Young God could come back if he need be, but CJ with the BKB still hitting that Ancient. Now less than half HP as the Torrent will raise the Gyrocopter. Do they really want to fight this? It looks like they do. CJ getting pulled in.
No choice.
As they will be diving forward with the Sanity's Eclipse. The lull in the sky, but Young God, he spent his buyback. What for what? As MIP will be eliminated here at EPL Southeast Asia season number 1. 35-23 with a 27k net worth lead. MAG.Indonesia take game number 3.
Yeah, their team fight was just impeccable at the later stages when it really mattered most, and MIP fall just a little bit short. Their tempo didn't work out. MAG.Indo had the amazing OD pick with the Darkseer, and they had no solutions to these problems. I mean, they go with this Rapido Kunkka, and I mean, how many eggs did we see that, I mean, panned out? But unfortunately, there were a few that didn't. and MIP. They get beat out in the lower bracket run, and MAG.Indo are going to move on. They move on to the next series, where they will face one of... well, no, they're playing Interactive Philippines, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, Interactive Philippines is next for MAG.Indonesia, as they might just become the, I don't know, Filipino killers.
I guess. I mean, they beat Neon, right?
But yeah. Neon first, now Made in Philippines, now Interactive Philippines next for them. But of course, the next series is gonna be Execration versus Talon. But that series will be brought to you by someone else. And with that, we'll sign off. MAG.Indonesia versus Made in Philippines, 2-1.
Won't you take me home and give me wings to fly? We can be alone in the castle in the sky. We can run away and leave this world behind. Please just take me home to a castle in the sky. Castle in the sky.
Easiest Magnus kill of their lives. Execration. The high ground defense from the Magnus has looked so lackluster this game.
The thing is, right, I'm a big fan of Magnus, and I know Magnus Pos 2, I think the matchup is fine against the Puck, but Magnus Pos 2, he plays very much as a farm-heavy core.
You're gonna try buyback, full commit onto WS, but he's already able to get out. Excellent response from Jocam with the Force Staff and the Glimmer. You bring in the bear, but a beautiful hook. Tino, right on the cusp of his ring, still has that additional armor, but not enough HP to survive against the full onslaught of Talon. They hang on to their lone druid thanks to the true form and excellent defensive plays from Jocam to keep him alive.
Bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Raskin brought down here. No buybacks available. Magnus is going to be up in 5. He will have RP. So
yeah,
maybe they can try for the last ditch defense, but it's already
GG.
Vegas and they're going to tap out.
It's gone.
So.
I mean, that last play felt so Hail Mary. You would have loved to see them wait for the Magnus to come back alive first, but it just felt like Execration throughout this entire game. They didn't have time on their side. From the very start of the game, it already felt like, okay, you know, you're having this limited time frame to try and crush Akashi in the lane. Uh-oh, he's getting a lot more than he needs. Uh-oh, you aren't killing the Puck or the lone druid. They're all farming up, and it feels like the only way Execration could have won is if they managed to wipe Talon on their high ground 4 or 5 times, because this gold lead at the end of the game, almost 1k per minute. That is disgusting.
Yeah, and when you see a lead like that, when you see a game this dominant and one-sided from literally start to finish, you know it's a drafting issue. And I feel like Execution made far too many mistakes in the draft. And lastly, their last pick got to be the biggest one for me. Picking past 3 Monkey King is just not going to do the trick, especially when your other 2 cores is Magnus and Spectre, you know? Yes, you're going to do well in the first 7 minutes of the game, but what else do you provide for your team? At the end of this game, my opinion was nothing. So hope they go back to the drawing board and draw something better up for the next time. Give us a more competitive game, Execution. We know you can.
Okay, so I'm going to pitch you a difficult question here, Casey. Okay, I'm going to need you to open up your Dota 2 Heroes page, because I want to know what Execration could have picked that might have been better. The Monkey King kind of looked promising, but you had Timbersaw ban, Spirit Breaker ban, Slaughter ban, Kunkka ban, Brewmaster ban, Primal Beast ban, Beastmaster ban, Bristleback bans. That is a huge emphasis on the offlane. I mean, at that point, what else do you got? It feels like almost you had to get a bit creative. Do you see, is there anything sort of missing for you right now in terms of what could have been? Maybe we go over to the heroes, we see what, honestly, nothing even comes to mind.
I guess that is the issue, right? At that point, you leave it offlane for the final pick in the draft. But again, we've seen unconventional picks work. You know, I don't think Mars is the right hero for the game. Dawnbreaker was still in. If you wanted lane prowess, you wanted to counter the punch, you pick a Dawnbreaker, and then you give more value to your team.
Or maybe a Legion Commander?
Even LC, yeah. Because again, it kind of serves a similar purpose to the Monkey King. You're not going to stomp the punch as hard, but you're going to win the lane. You can trade out to him perfectly the whole time. I just feel like current theory of offlane, right, is you have these heroes like Lone Druid, like Wraith King, these heroes that can control a section on the map to do well, and they're just a menace. You know, for 15 minutes you don't want to see that hero, and when he does come out, he's gonna be a problem. Although there is these active heroes like Night Stalker, like Legion, who in the right game can take over, but at the end of the day, I think in 99% of games you cannot be picking offlane MK. And again, it's not just offlane MK. Your pass 1 and 2 is Magnus Spectre, 2 insanely greedy, high farm required heroes. I mean, you're basically playing with 3 pass 1s this game, quite honestly, and I just don't think you can do that when you don't have control, you don't have playmaking. All the core things you need to win a Dota game is not there, because if you want to play like a super greedy draft, if you have heroes like Lone Druid and stuff, they can do that. That's an independent hero. You can just leave him in one lane and he's going to 1v2 heroes and be fine. But at the end of the day, I think ban Lone Druid and just pick a more SCA team fighty cohesive draft. Then I think they'll be better for game 2.
Yeah, speaking of that game 2, we'll have that ready for you right after a short break. Both these teams came out of their initial games looking dominant, but Talon completely schooling Execration in this game number 1. We'll see whether they can fix up their issues in the draft right after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
Hand on the wheel, got my pistons pumping, all 800 horses running. Oh, man, remember the feel of the air touch my skin. Am I real? Cause I felt something leave from within. I feel empty. Have I got nothing left to give? Am I living? Cause I only felt alive with him. I'm driving in the night, the hood down. It's when I feel alive, when no one's around. The darkness deep inside comes to light now. But it's alright, it's alright. I can break no heart if I got none. I won't break apart if I stay on the run. But sometimes in the night I miss the sun. Why did darkness come? I felt my body break, my heart give up. Why did darkness come? I felt the lightness shake me into hell. Why did darkness come? I wanna stay in here where I feel known. Why did darkness come? Something keeps waking me up. Why did darkness come? Why did darkness come? Break, my heart give up. Why did darkness come? I felt the lightning shake me into hell. Why did darkness come? I wanna stay in here where I belong. Why did darkness come? Something keeps waking me up. Nothing left to give. Let me break apart the darkness.
Game number 2, Execration and Talon in the upper bracket of EPL World Series Southeast Asia. This is Season 1. And our two playoff teams, they've been duking it out, but one doesn't quite look as strong as the other, Casey.
Listen. Listen. Last game doesn't count, right? I'm not a fanboy or anything, but they drafted badly. Come on, we can be honest.
No, true. I agree.
And they learned from their mistake, most importantly. As you can see, second man of the draft, low druid gone. Bye-bye. So
perfect.
we're going to have a fairer game this time.
Excellent. still reverting a bit back to what we were mentioning at the end of the game there. A very heavy emphasis on off-lane bans, right? You got the Slaughter, you got the Kunkka. Yeah, that's a mid, but you could potentially put it in the off-lane as well. Timber, Lone Druid, Brewmaster. They just keep on coming. Execration respect ban their own Weaver, and Primal Beast is actually picked up for them here, and Talon instantly respond with the Grimstroke.
Yeah, I understand the Grimsword is a very high priority hero, so they're going to pick it up first pick here in response, but I would love to see a Clockwork ban come out from Execration here. I think it is the hardest counter to Primal Beast to make the hero look quite underwhelming when it usually looks really good, so they do that, they can protect the Primal Beast. I'm quite happy with this opening from Execration. Maybe a bit better than last time, you know?
Oh, for
Spectre
sure.
is one of those heroes that I think a lot of people in pubs are complaining, oh, Spectre's broken, but I feel like in a pro meta, you know, I don't think it's worthy of like a first phase pick, you know. I think maybe later on it's a fine hero. I don't think it's that counterable in the first phase, but I just don't think the priority is that high for it, you know what I'm saying?
Look,
as opposed to some of these other heroes.
Rest in peace, the Neon. Moment of silence for them. But respect to my boy CDR, okay? Yeah, Spectre, for me, I get exactly where you're coming from. I agree with you. Spectre, it's kind of cracked up a lot more than it really is. But when you play like CDR, it's a whole different thing. Did you see his build? He went I think he went Orchid, and he was just dominating the map. It was disgusting. So, I think rightfully so, you do have to ban out the Spectre, because just with the Grimstroke alone, it becomes so potent. And the respect towards Chuan as well, taking that puck out.
Yeah. But they did leave the Clockwork in the pool, so I would love to see Talon pick it up. I knew if it was the old roster with Q and Ollie, one of those two guys, I'd be super happy to pick that up. But I don't know. We'll see if, you know, Ponyo and the boys are feeling it. But
yeah,
overall, I think a lot of pressure on Execration for this game. I think, you know, one of the favorites in the tournament, maybe the favorite for the tournament. I guess Talon's a new roster. You know, a lot of expectation, and would have liked to see them, you know, I don't think they wanted to expect to come into upper bracket and get slapped in the face like that. So they're going to come out swinging, and I'm looking forward to see what they put through game 2. See the Phoenix band out here as well. So again, the big battery from the past 4 or past 5 taken out again. Phoenix, one of the underrated heroes, I think, by the community. The pro guys know what's up, but the community gotta value this hero. These guys who know how to play really get the most out of it. And
they actually snatch up the Wraith King, so still prioritizing WS's hero in this entire pool of just bans targeted at the offlaner. Clockwork still in the pool, but now Execration are in a weird position where they might have to just pick it. If not, you know, Talon's gonna have it. I did do some looking up on Cyberscore, and Joe Cam plays a mean Clockwork. 8 games in last year, 75% win rate. Pairs up nicely with the Grimstroke, and like you mentioned already, does very well against the Primal Beast. I mean, another angle that I could see is potentially this Dark Willow as well. The Brambles can be very annoying for him to try and navigate. And there's the Prophet, sneaks its way through the draft. Some good lane dominance there, and just a lot of kiting potential for the Wraith King.
Yeah, I think Prophet in the later half, in the playoff section of this tournament, his hero score of risen in stocks. A lot of teams are playing him. Talon was playing him as well. I think Execration had a couple of games with him. So it's one of the heroes that is coming into the meta that has some win losses. But I think, like you say, the laning prowess is just ridiculous. Even with nerfing it, you just put the trees down, you smack people up. It's a lot of harass. You can move around lanes. I think a good Prophet in the right game can almost win 3 lanes at a time. That's how strong this hero can be. So I like it. More emphasis on the lanes once again from Execration, picking up the Jakiro. And I like this approach much better this time around, where you're trying to win the lanes with your supports, right? That's what you do. You pick the carries and your cores for the game, but your supports are the guys who win you the lanes. So I think they can draft a lot better this time around. But I love what Talon are doing once again. It's not the Lone Druid, but the Wraith King sort of plays in a similar way to how the Lone Druid was playing in the last game. Going to be a strong lane. If they combo this up, Grimstroke, Wraith King, nobody wants that smoke in the lane. Then you make a couple of good rotations to the safe lane, you take the tower, then Wraith King has that entire bottom jungle to farm, top jungle to farm. He has inbuilt Aegis. Nobody wants to go across to the bottom of the map to gank him, and he just becomes a beast in the game. So I like what Talon are doing this time around. There's similar recipes for success in game 1 they're doing in game 2, but I think Execration, they do have better tools coming on in game number 2 as well.
Yeah, the one thing about this Wraith King that's quite different from the Lone Druid is it doesn't really have that same level of oppressive mid-game. Takes a bit longer to get to that potential Radiance or maybe Armor if that's what they choose to go for. And this Jakiro, not only is it a great lane dominator, also kind of says, if you wanted to pick a Treant Protector to get out of Nature's Prophet shenanigans, suddenly it doesn't look so good. They'll take the opening and snatch up the Dazzle, likely for the mid lane. It'll be Chuan playing that up though. So they already have a very robust backline, and not a lot of ways to jump on it at the moment, especially if Talon are able to keep formation.
Okay, this is gonna sound a bit crazy.
Okay,
But-
okay, I'm all ears. I'm all ears. Oh, that's
What
the
happens
Shreyas.
if they transition this Nature's Prophet to pause 3?
Oh
Something we
my
don't see much
God.
anymore. And they pick up the AA, right? You got triple healing on the
Yeah,
side of
that's
Talon.
true. This AA pick is gonna be nasty.
Or you can play pause 3 Jakiro because
Oh,
guys
that's
are
spicy.
farming a lot and getting this Aghanim's and stuff.
Yeah.
Because I think this lineup is a bit oppressive from Talon. Like,
Yeah.
again, like you say, it's true. The Red King plays much slower than Lone Druid. You're not going to be diving tier 2s at 11 minutes. But once you hit that time, you go this early Blade Mail into Radiance, and your group up potential is really strong with the Dazzle to back him up. You have that battery. You have the Treant Protector now for control and heal. So interesting drafts all around, but they're going to go for the Lina instead. I like it. Can lane up against the Dazzle. Some burst damage. I like the drafts. We're seeing fun stuff, Perma.
Yeah, Execration. The first game Monkey King didn't really work out, but I did like the idea that they had going into it. Wasn't that good of an idea, but I mean, Casey, I love a lot of your suggestions. I guess it's true what they say about the food in South Africa. I think you're absolutely cooking here. And Execration are as well, right? This Lina just is one of the remaining mid laners that can go blow for blow and even best the Dazzle in the mid lane. We've seen so many, strong mid laners in this meta just kill over. I don't think you can afford to lane the Primal Beast into him, so I love this response.
Yeah, I've seen some people criticize Lina. The way I was sort of criticizing the puck in the last game where I think, oh, it's a bit underwhelming, whatever. Some people say that about Lina in some games, but I think the biggest weakness for Lina in this current meta is when you heroes like Earth Spirit, Primal Beast, etc., who can get on top of her and punish her, make her game quite difficult,
Yeah.
Where you can just get on top of her, kill her and stuff. But if you don't really have that, right, the amount of burst damage this hero does is insane with this Aghanim's build. You just throw out your Laguna, throw out your spells, and you can burn through heroes. So it is the definition of a glass cannon, but in the right game and at the right time, I think it's very good. And like you say, most importantly, you can actually lane up against Dazzle, because we see a lot of these heroes, your Pangos, your Embers, all these melee heroes just get beat the hell up by Mr. Dazzle.
Now, I am starting to feel a twinge of concern for the Talon lineup, because you mentioned the power of this Wraith King Grimstroke. We already went over how it's not quite oppressive as the Lone Druid. I don't really see any other Grimstroke pairing at the moment. No one else is going to really want to run through with the Grimstroke Inkswell. Wraith King can do it, but Wraith King's also known to be a bit of a greedier offlaner.
Yeah.
You're not going to be running around with your Dazzle trying to make moves. Dazzle also wants to farm up towards his Aghanims. So, Talon, I'm a little bit worried that they might suffer from the problem Execration were having last game. Pick a bit too greedy. Your main items on these cores take quite a chunk of change. Radiance, Aghanims. I mean, maybe Akashi's going to play a high-tempo safe laner again and sort of fill in that gap. But that's kind of the lapse I'm seeing right now.
No, I'm with you completely. They banned out the Luna themselves, which I find quite interesting. I thought maybe they could go for that. They can sort of focus on the lanes, be a completely timing-based draft. And then once that 25-minute mark comes where Radiance is there, BKB is there, then you just, go all in. But I think banning it out is not a bad idea either, because again, Execration, they have a fast lineup. They have Jakiro Prophet, they could have played with it as well. They ban out the Naga, so that's also another way they could have done it. Again, strong laner, give their team time to come online.
Yeah.
I'm very interested to see what they go for carry on Talon. I'm not 100% sure what's going to be the good hero to pair with Treant Protector. In the last series, we saw a carry Gyrocopter come out. So, maybe that's that, but I doubt it. I'm not going to suggest that just now.
Okay. We'll have to see here. As Execration, they have to reveal their carry first. It does give them a bit of initiative as to rounding out how they want to play their draft without it being necessarily denied, but that's going to give Talon a decent one-to-one carry matchup depending on who they pick. What are the other options that we've seen still in the pool? Alchemist, not too bad, but you got a bit of minus armor. It could be tricky. I'm trying to look here. I don't really...
Probably a range carry with the Treant, right? I don't think they want to play Wraith King Treant, like two melee heroes like in the offlane with the Jakiro, so...
Morphling is still available? Slark still available? You could do Troll Ursa, something of that sort. I don't know. I'm a little stuck here. There's a TA in the pool if they want to go up tempo, get that early Roche, but kind of feels like something Talon could pick up as well. Not the best against the Jakiro and the Prophet with the damage over time, but could really amplify their early game potential. I'm stuck here, Casey. I honestly have no clue where this is going. Execration, they're taking the time to think about this as well.
Yeah, it feels weird. Both the teams, I'm not sure what's the correct carry. So
yeah,
I'm not gonna predict. I'm gonna watch it, wait, and enjoy the show. And they go.
Oh, come on! Gotta love it. It's been coming out on the support, but I always love gyro carry. You don't really have a good way of invading these triangle stacks. Excellent early game with the Jakiro. A lot of magic damage to go along with the Primal Beast setup. Execration. They got something spicy here.
Yeah, although there's a lot of like sustain on Talon, if Gyrocopter hits his timing, which I think, you know, CJ went for a bit of a weird build in the last series where he went for the... I think the big thing is you get this Ags into Satanic as fast as possible and you just lifesteal so much. I think that'll be some nice natural sustain for him. I think it'll be pretty good this game, even though there'll be a Blade Mail on the Wraith King again with the Satanic, you should be able to heal through it. And when you play the sustain game, he can come out on top with that build. I think it's not bad. But Talon, this is where the question comes out. Do they go for that Morphling you mentioned? You know, there's an old counter to the Gyrocopter. You morph into him, you steal the Flak Cannon, and they go for a Beastmaster.
Bruh, okay.
All right.
We asked for tempo, we're gonna get it. WS, bringing it out. Funnily enough, Execration yesterday against Meepop did this exact same thing. Flipped the script completely, picked the last pick Beastmaster, and Tino crushed the game. Now he's gonna get a taste of his own medicine. How do you like these lineups up against each other, Casey?
I think it's great drafts both ways around. I think the Beastmaster lane's quite a bit better than the Wraith King up against the Gyro. But you do have decent tower defense with the Jakiro, long range Duke from the Lina as well. Though there's a lot of pressure, they don't have exact jump for the Lina. So I think...
Hold. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? This isn't a carry Gyro.
Pause one Nature's Prophet. Okay.
What? Is that... I mean, that has to be a response to the Beastmaster pick, right? Because maybe you were feeling good about the Gyro, but laning up against it, if you're going up against a Beastmaster, that's a recipe for disaster. So I don't know whether this was intended from the start, whether both teams have pulled each other's legs here. Do you like this Nature's Prophet possible? I feel like we have so much to talk about in this draft.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely crazy. Real spanner in the works. I'm not sure. Maybe they have planned it because Shanks is, just Gyrocopter support has become popular. It's risen in the stocks here in EPL. But he's actually one of the originators. He's one of the first guys to pick up the support. Gyrocopter is dominating games. Him and Tino playing pubs together. I've seen it happen. So that's the thing. Also, carry Nature's Prophet. There is some players who will ride and die by it. Ramses, for example, from 9 Pandas. No matter what the meta is, he's always confident to pick this up in pause 1. So it's quite a nice response, and I think that gives them some up-tempo to play against this Talon draft in response to the Beastmaster, like you say, because, Gyrocopter, although it's a strong hero, and once it hits its timing, is a beast in the carry role. The big weakness of it is it takes really long to come online. You need 2 or 3 core items before you're at critical mass and ready to fight. So I think they want to go blow for Talon. Yeah, I like it from Execration. It's a decent switch-up.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of pressure on this Beastmaster WS. He's done it with a micro hero before. Suddenly, this Grimstroke, he's found a partner, right? You're able to send those creeps in relatively low committal with the Inkswell and not really risk your own life anymore. Akashi can be happy just farming and leave it to the rest of his team to tempo up. Now, Yona, though, it's been decent performances from him so far, but he hasn't really struck a chord with me just yet. I have yet to go, wow, what a sick play from Nisha, baby, right? I think, this man, he's going to have to channel his inner HFN. He's going to have to channel, what other position 1 Prophet players can you think of? I mean, the main one that comes to mind for me is HFN. And maybe, the Hawk, right? Back in the days where he wasn't coaching. We'll have to see what he can do here.
I'm just going to rep my boy Ramses. He's a psychopath. He loves his aggressive safe laners. And I think, like you say, it's going to be a lot of pressure on your boy Yona, Nisha baby, because, again, Nature's Prophet pause 1, unconventional hero. And it's a hero, although it's easy now in the support, you just place Q on a hero. I think it's quite a high skill cap hero. A lot of little decisions you have to make in a game. So making a couple of mistakes is going to be very costly, but we'll see. If he's confident on this, if he's ready to play it, I think he can do some serious damage to this game.
Yeah. Alright, Shanks, you already mentioned one of the originators of the Gyrocopter, one of the first few to bring it back into the meta. We'll see what the difference between a master pilot and budding one is as we get into this game number 2. Now, bear in mind, this isn't the last we'll see of these teams, not by any stretch of the imagination. This is the upper bracket finals, but both these teams would love a free ticket to the grand finals and wait for their opponents on that final day.
That is for sure. So it's not a do or die game, but again, it's so much pride to play for. It's Execration versus Talon, These guys, They're both coming in with the confidence, with the mentality that they're here to win the tournament. So any loss here will be a massive blow.
Oh, for sure. High expectations for both these teams, I think, from fans as well as us watching, right? We historically were a bit worried about these playoff seeded teams. It's proved to be that, you know, the practice and the familiarity in the group stage with their opponents has been a big factor, but they haven't been hampered by it at all, bringing out their own unique spin on these strategies and drafts. For now, CML with this Jakiro pick that you liked a lot is doing quite a bit of work onto WS.
Yeah, I think this is what you picked the Jakiro for. You pick him to be good in lane, to get harassed, to secure your carries farm, and Jakiro paired with Nature's Prophet, that's two very strong laning heroes, and they have to shut this guy down. They have to pressure. Don't let WS get off to a good start, let him free farm. Make him go to the jungle later on and catch up.
Yeah. See whether any stacks get set up by the supports on Talon. The Treant Protector, notably not the most mobile hero to get around and get those things done. But I like this emphasis from the Jakiro. Liquid Fire level 1, just to really tack on that ranged harass. Now, I know you were quite vocal about it back when Team Tough Tsukimoto went this first, but I'm liking this decision quite a lot. He's just able to force them back, and they can't actually afford to trade with him.
You know, if all the pro players are going for Liquid Fire and level 1, that has to be... But I'm not going to argue with guys way better than me. Initially, I was like, that's just ridiculous. But hey, if it works, it works. I'm no more going to question that. I'm just going to sit and enjoy. But another nice move that the side of Execration made is they blocked out this Ancients right from the start of the game. So they're gonna stop the stacks. They're not gonna let Beastmaster stack up from so early. I'm sure it will get dewatered at some point. Maybe Yokam's gonna go do that right now. But I think, and he was actually coming to stack, and now he's gonna find the deward. He's gonna break that down. So that's one whole stack left. I think it was definitely worth the 50 gold investment there.
Yeah. Well, I guess there are some pros and cons, right? When you block it that early on, the second Jokam goes over to that camp, he's gonna know. Rather, in comparison to, you know, sometimes we see these pause 5s like to just sneak in there and maybe the 5-6 minute mark, stop the additional stacks from coming through and really waste a lot of the efficiency. But yeah, they'll slow that roll just a little bit. But relatively quiet early game for us here in this early stage, and I'll be honest, I was expecting a lot more aggression.
No, 100% same. You know, both these drafts are like sort of death ball, do or die sort of thing. But, you know, it is elimination game not elimination game, but die game creation. So they're going to play kind of the cool, calm, collected, get their farm and such. And Talon, although they draft this fast, it's not fast until they hit items. So get what they can in the lane, and when you're ready, then time as well. So interesting stuff. I don't know where the first blood's gonna come. Because every lane is just healthy right now. Nobody's under threat. Supports are busy stacking and such. It's just chill fest right now. You know, what region is this? I just gotta check quickly.
Dude, you know what's the funny thing? Like, as soon as this draft concluded, it almost felt like both teams were like frothing at the mouth to really get a go at each other. And then they're all just like, you know, we're just gonna farm up. Yona, get your 24 CS. Primal Beast, Farm Festival. No big deal at the moment. We ain't gonna get anything done. And it's just quiet, like you mentioned. And I guess this early stage really favors Execration because even though the talent heroes, they're a bit more reliant on those items like you mentioned, I feel like they can, you know, so much can be done from the Execration heroes just from the spells alone.
Yeah, no, 100%. The threats are really there, and you know, it's kind of expected, and they should do well in the lane. You got the Lina in the mid lane against Dazzle, quite a good matchup there for Bob. You got Yona, who's a +1 Nature's Prophet. This hero is made for the lane, especially as the core, so he should be farming and beating out the Beastmaster. So they need to get the advantage while they can.
Oh my goodness.
But again, no big moves made by either teams yet. No even attempts at first blood, no rotations, nothing. So not sure what's going on there. CML going to come back in. He doesn't have a ward, but he wants to scout out the stacks. He's going to take a lot of damage here from these creeps if he's not careful.
Yeah, just being very annoying, using his body as a meat shield there, putting a stop to it, but you need to be careful about this. You stack them up a bit too much. They have a Lina Primal Beast that can come through and clear that up bright and easy. And
for sure.
You don't really have a lineup that can run into this triangle and defend it if they choose to invade full force.
Yeah, I'm definitely curious to see what happens here in this Radiant Triangle because, again, like you say, Beastmaster is having a tough lane. That catch-up mechanism is so important for him. So if they can shut that down, if they could get in there and invade somehow, it could be really detrimental for WS's game and the game as a whole for Talon.
So early stages here, Bob and Chuan just trading out. The net worth not really splitting quite as much into the Lina's favor as I expected. Maybe we'll see a rotation of some sort from the Lina, come the 6-minute runes. Both supports from Talon, they're here to try and contest though. And I don't think Bob's getting his hands on this.
Oh, he's gonna go for it though.
Oh, wow. He just is able to sneak his way through. They're gonna try and come through. And it's enough damage over time. Chuan and Ponyo traced him down to a T. That's that lead seed coming into play. Trend Protector does have to sacrifice his life for it as Yona. That's the benefit of the Prophet can TP in, whether it's a pause one or a support. Yokem, now caught out, has purchased a nice little Quelling Blade for himself, and that's gonna allow him to survive. A 1-for-1 trade going the way of Talon, and Chuan's not done. He's chasing down, and CML forced to pop that Lotus just to stay alive, the Poison Touch. Taking him down way low, but he'll be okay.
Yeah, Bob just not respecting the slows coming out of Talon. They're walking down to the low ground. He thought he'd be okay with the Invis Ruin. Yes, there was no like detection, their Sentry Ward, but just the poison dot damage from Chuan's Q and the Nature's Grasp from the Tree and Protector was enough to bring him down. Was good rotation, so it could have walked out in the favor if Yona got the kill on Yokem as well. But kids, if you're watching this, you see Quelling Blade on every single hero on Talon. That's exactly how you have to do against Nature's Prophet. You have to prioritize to play against the Sprout because, you know, it's not just you're buying it for, it's for your teammates as well, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that internal 5 seconds cooldown can feel like an eternity when you're cutting down the wrong tree in a tough situation. They have the Beastmaster access, but relying purely on that will feel troublesome. Now, here's the invasion that we talked about. Okay. I mean, CML, he gets spotted out here, but Tino already on that high ground. Nasty work as it gets cleaned up.
In the trample.
Jokem manages to clean a couple of it though. CML will pay the price, but they basically take that entire camp. That is such a sneaky and amazing play from Execration.
I thought they were coming to smoke gank and kill the guy. They were like, no, we're just gonna go get his stack.
Yeah.
Attack the farm. Oh man, what a move. Not often you see a smoke for a camp. That's interesting, but definitely worth it. And now move game made mid.
Oh, perfect sprout from Yona. They just traps Chuan in place. The second time round, they bring 3 cores. Clearly, the supports weren't enough. And they're coming through, controlling this triangle again. Execration. So smart with the moves in this early stage.
Yeah, I like what I see. And again, it wasn't just for the camps. They made it work across the map here. Tino, he's still in the area. Doesn't have a lot of mana, but he does have a Soul Ring available. So if they want to, they could try dive this Beastmaster if they get the opportunity to.
Yeah. Cleared out the vision in this triangle, so WS can't be feeling too safe, but...
They're waiting for the camp still, but the ward's gonna scout out Tino. They might just throw him up and try to bring him down.
Try and commit onto him, but Onslaught's still available. Jokem there to silence him up. And a nice Hurricane from that dominated creep. The Onslaught, not gonna go too far though. Don't know whether that was a misclick from Tino, but he ends up paying the price for it. They seem to believe...
the Hawk.
Oh, was it now? It felt like it came out a bit late, but I guess that must have been the case. And just like that, defended. I mean, we talked about Execration and their invasion prowess, but if it's just the Primal Beast, it's an easy commit for Talon to make.
Yeah, way too overzealous there. And the minute they saw him play in that area, they were like, I'm keeping Dazzle there. They're going to react. And it's the right move, you know, because he doesn't even want, he cannot farm this ancient stack without the smoke like we saw earlier. But the minute he sees WS there, he's gonna make the move and try to kill him there. So it's a good rotation there from Talon, but a really overzealous play. They don't have a ward or anything in this Radiant Triangle. And Radiant did a great job of protecting this with the ward as well. So, Tino kind of learned his lesson. He's like, all right, I will get far now.
Yeah, that's kind of the difference between these high-level supports. Oh, this smoke, unfortunately, getting caught out by the ward. Should know something's coming, and CML in prime position to break that smoke, but might have an idea about this situation or this weird predicament they're in with that ward on the high ground, still able to rout him. Not really the kill they want, but it's the one they'll have to settle for. Straight onto this Jakiro. Still able to turn around, put on a lot of pressure on the Yokem. Bit of damage suffered, but nothing too serious as they're able to clean up that Jakiro in his own jungle.
Yeah, I guess one of those are the ones we call tanking a gank, am I right?
Yeah, they gotta kind of, just kind of create some space, free up the cores a little bit, alleviate some of their stresses. Now, we haven't really talked about Akashi that much. Seems like he's going for more of a traditional Wraith King build with the Armlet, instead of the Radiance or the Midas or anything of the sort. Wants to get involved bright and early.
Yeah, I was interested to see how he goes this game. Is he still going to build like a off-laner, rushing the Radiance, go greedier for the Midas? But like you say, he's going to go for his Armlet, probably into the Desolator, so he wants to do damage, he wants to get active.
Uh-oh, Ponyo starting to get chased down by Bob, but he might just commit himself for the Laguna, yeah. couldn't really decide which direction to run. Meanwhile, mid lane, seems like there's a bit of action. They made the aggressive move onto CML, but a bit too tanky in this early stage. Akashi, you gotta watch yourself, homie. They got the Reincarnate with the Magic Wand and the Lotus, but I don't know just about how tanky you are. Looks not too bad for now, as he's able to just act as a robust frontliner, stopping them from pushing any further. But this tower already dropping so low.
And Shanks, looks like he hasn't done too much on this map this game, but he's decently farmed. He's got his ulti already halfway through level 6, 0 and 2. He's doing fine. He's the most farmed of these supports, so
yeah,
he's gonna have his impact already now.
Yeah, and a very quiet game other than that mid gank from Chuan so far, but that's kind of to be expected from the Dazzle, right? Not really a hero that wants to get so involved early on until the Axe.
Yeah, 100%. He's just a farm bot for now. Not gonna do too much besides throw out a few Qs here and there. And this mid lane tower slowly but surely gonna fall. If they can save it, they can heal with the Treant Protector. No, Chuan! Okay, it's fine. It's fine.
No levels in living armor. What can you do? Looks like this mid tower is soon to fall. 1 or 2 more summons of that Nature's Call. An interesting build here from the carry Nature's Prophet, prioritizing that third spell, which we've seen completely left out by the supports.
Yeah, I guess supports don't have the ability to split push. They don't want to be sitting farming camps. They want to make impact on the map. But for core Nature's Prophet, this is what you got to do. It helps you farm the most. You can TP to Ancients and farm Ancients whenever you want to. It really helps your efficiency. So it's fine. And also, it's not a big problem because you level up so fast in the cores because you farm so much creep. So he will get to the other spells that he needs to ASAP.
Yeah. And this game, the tempo, surprisingly a lot slower than what we expected, right? All these teams seem to be very content working towards their first 1 or 2 items without really messing with each other. A couple of butting of heads here and there, but it's largely been relatively peaceful. Atino, Blade Mail complete. Could look to continue to aggress. They don't really have a lot of tower damage unless they bring Yona. And Akashi needs to watch himself here.
Yeah, they would love to gank this Red King, but again, under his tower, not an easy kill to get while he has the Reincarnates available.
Yeah.
And they're prepping for this. They got a lot of support here behind him.
Seem to know he's here, but rest of the squad gonna come through and defend this tower. You'll gun down the courier, but that's not the hero, homie. I mean, a little bit awkward as WS. Yeah, he just immediately goes back to this top side. Understands that with that response or that initial miss, they've already given up, at least for now. CML couldn't really land the Ice Path. You saw they were trying to coordinate the move, right? Ice Path into Pulverize, and then Lina Boots travels in. That was supposed to be the big reveal. But unable to connect, and this ward is just spotting out all their attempts here and their setup.
Yeah, well, great ward, not discounted at all, but I like what they're trying to do. Like, if they get a perfect setup with the Ice Path, low committal, they can do it. But if not, they don't want to overcommit for that, because that's exactly playing into Talon's hand. They have the counter initiate, and it's so hard to bring down Raging, but on the side of the map, plays are being made.
They're gonna go up, and Tino tried to get the setup onto WS. Instead, turns around, eats a raw to the face. Here comes Nature's Prophet, along with Bob, able to just shock down Yokem. Now WS in some trouble as well. The call down, gonna connect onto him and slowed up. With that Fiery Soul, Bob should be able to chase him down. The onslaught surely coming through, but nice hold from the Overgrowth. Primal Beast, you've overcommitted now. CML will find a nice Ice Path and Macro Pie on the sidelines, but you're losing Akashi in the front. They have enough stuns to set up onto him and keep him kited. Doesn't really have any damage other than connecting with those auto attacks. And it ends up being a 2-for-1 trade. Works out in the favor of Execration.
Does indeed, and CML looks like he came into that fight late, but the great thing he did there, he cut off the fight. They couldn't go and support Akashi, but he only lost his first life. I think losing your level 1 Reincarnate always feels really bad. It's such a long timer before it's up again, so now he doesn't feel so confident again. Like, Tiona already went to make the move bot in this tier 1 tower. Nobody's even come to defend it just yet, but no hard committal, but it's a big win for the side of Execration there, because I have a little bit of a timer here a while before the next reincarnation's up. But I think Kashi can rightfully play a sort of off map for a bit, and he's gonna go for the Blink Dagger first. I was wondering what's he gonna go after the Omelette. I thought he was gonna go greedy, maybe go back for the Radiance, like some AoE damage for the team, but no, he just wants to get on top of heroes and burst them. And it might not be a bad decision, Perma, because maybe they can find the backline, the number 1 30 Bob.
Yeah, Akashi seems to be completely fine not going these greedy builds, right? Understands the role he has to play, and some of the fallacies you can fall into is trying to have too many cooks in the kitchen, like you mentioned. When everyone's trying to play pos 1, it might not really work out for you, but I love this approach from Akashi, understanding his role in this game. And I'm a
Yeah,
little
he's
bit concerned about Tino in particular because he's yet to really find a solid connection. He might try and look for it up here in this top side onto WS again though. They found Bob. Raw out. So much damage, Lina! The glass just completely shatters. You want to get the return kill onto WS, but he's so tanky with that leech seed. Should be able to finish him off though. And Ponyo able to just TP out in the nick of time. We gotta finish off the creep as well. Nice 200 gold for Tino. And ends up being successful, but they lose the Lina.
Yeah, I think getting that HOD creep, the overload creep rather, makes it a bit more worth it. You get some value out of it, but we just see the prowess and the strength of the Beastmaster. And when you're on top of that Lina, they just ate through her completely. If Treant Protector had his overgrowth, which is just 5 seconds of CD, there's a big chance that your boy WSE he can just walk it off. So really seeing the strength there. And like you say, Tino is struggling to make moves around the map for the moment.
Set up onto Tron here. Want to catch him before his Aghanims. Tino's not going to have to make moves when Yona can get it done himself, running through Akashi. That's that blink reveal straight onto Yona. They're able to burn him up to a crisp, but you'd love to get this return kill on the carry, slowing up the attacks, but the skeletons will do the job. Akashi, his active item build pays off here, but no reincarnate for another 17. You're going to have to pull off a toggle of a lifetime to get out. Still manages to do so. Come on, are you kidding me? Rocket coming through though, and it's too much damage with that shot. Execration pummeled through their opponents. And they're taking advantage of this timing.
Gyro shot has never looked so good. If it wasn't for the shot, he could have kept on toggling. And his ulti was just a few seconds off. We saw the reason why he went that blink. He was ready to play active, but unfortunately for him, just a little too early. Just a few seconds off that reincarnate. But it's a good pickup now because, again, this nature's property he went for the Mjolnir first build. Yes, he's going into BKB now, but until he has that, he'll always be under threat from this Wraith King. Yeah, Wraith King's a bit behind in the farm, but the raw damage he can output is still really considerable.
Yeah, Execration, like we mentioned, this is their timing and their spells. They're so strong right now. Gonna follow the trail of the courier to once again route this Ponyo and WS duo that they know are just hiding up here in this top side. Gonna be a swing and a miss on the initial onslaught. They spot out Shanks, commit with the raw, and no gyro damage available. Suddenly things have gotten a little bit awkward. You put the wards down just to get additional vision in the fights. They know that Yona can TP out at any point in time, but burning down the tree line, forcing the overgrowth. Tino, he just dies to the physical damage. That was so much control, and they're just gonna waltz into Roche. You've just gifted a freebie on Execration.
Oh man, some sensational Dota there from Talon. You know, it sounds like an easy concept, but it's actually quite a high-level concept. It's the thing about hero pairings, right? Where you play the correct heroes together in the right spots, and you just see the shards. We saw earlier the gyrocopter shards with the missile come into play to kill Akashi, but here we see the shards from the Treant Protector hiding in the tree line, scouting out all those moves in the counterplay. Like you said, if the overgrowth is available, right? They just throw everything onto Shanks' gyrocopter. They burst him down, and from then, yeah, you try to make this gank with the primal and the supports, but without Shanks there's no damage. WSE bodied you, and the backup was there from the tier 1 tower as well.
Yeah, I mean, Ponyo, he came prepared. He knew exactly what he was doing there. The fact that he was holding on to that set of vision to place it down in the event of that exact situation just shows that WS and Ponyo, they had a brief idea about what was going on. They don't manage to reward this, but now with the Aegis on WS, it's gonna be such a disincentivized kill. Suddenly, Execration, where do you want to make moves on the map anymore? It's kind of awkward. And Aghanims for Chuan as well. These heroes on Talon are getting tanky.
Yeah, now Dazzle will be ready to join the fray. What's an Aegis? What's the Wraith King having? Did he not skill the level 2 ulti, or am I confused here? No, he didn't skill it. That is interesting.
Yeah.
Is he holding the point?
Based. Yeah, he is holding it for now, maybe.
Okay.
Waiting to see if he wants to just get a level in the talents or whatnot, but not too pressed about it at the moment.
Yeah, but with this, he's more ready to team fight. He's going to have the Deso next up, so you'll have, you know, he might be not the most farmed hero, but the amount of burst damage a Wraith King can put out when he has this on the Deso, insane. So I love his build, understanding his role this game, man. They're going to start transitioning to the push here. WS bringing the big creep here.
Yeah.
They're not hard committing for it though. Dazzle's still farming the Ancients for now.
Yeah, they know that Execration are probably not going to be in the vicinity to contest, and sure enough, the rest of their heroes scattered all around the map. I do have to point out though, I love the warding from Execration here. We just take a look. They have so many deep wards placed in very unusual spots just to be able to potentially catch out these single pickoffs, TP in with the Nature's Prophet. But when you have a Beastmaster of Aegis able to close out the map on you like this, I mean, Tino would know it best. It gets suffocating real quick.
No, that's for sure. But now a big timing has come through for Yona here. He's got the BKB, so he can actually team fight again now that the threat of the Red King is not as scary without the stun there. He can sort of kite him up a bit better with this BKB. He's more confident to get up in front, but still a very scary game. It feels like one wrong step from either of these teams is so costly, especially for Execration up against this Aegis. But they're looking to make an aggressive move right now. No smoke, but with all their vision, they know what's going on.
Akashi's out.
He's like, nah.
And he doesn't even show on the ward as well, so they'll have no idea. They'll just be scrambling around here, still trying to look. Now, Talon have no idea this is happening, but just great map awareness to, you know, read out the game state right now. They know Execration are hungry for a fight, and they're just not going to give it to them unless you're walking right where they want you. WS, he's the pinnacle they want to play around right now, and gotta keep an eye out for this Blink Dagger on Ponyo, sorry, too used to call him my boy. But yeah, the Blink overgrowth on some of these squishier backliners, very easy. Speaking of the Blink, it's an easy setup. Bob shows his face in the mid lane. And that'll be a mistake that he won't make again. But pays with his life for it.
Oh man, Bob showing in the wrong side of town. They got 1,300 gold just from that kill alone.
Nasty.
That's how farmed this Lina is. But gotta commend, besides that one mistake there from Bob, I don't know what he was doing.
Yeah.
Gotta commend Execration. Despite being down in Aegis, they managed to keep up the efficiency. It's only a 1k goal, only 22 minutes in, so more or less dead even. And they're starting to hit timings here. These support Shanks. He's got a Veil of Discord going for the sort of ethereal blade for the late game now. And to combo up this E-blade with the support Jakiro with the Primal Beast with the Lina, it's gonna be really good, this E-blade when he gets to it, and the Veil of Discord for now. Sorry, that's what I meant to be talking about. It's really effective. So like what I'm seeing here from Shanks.
A lot of the new age Lina builds also just revolves around the sheer amount of magic damage she can do. So, I mean, Veil, just such a value pickup. Now, I mean, the Ghost Scepter also just doubles up as such a great defensive tool because WS has just been working you down to the creep so far. So all in all, Execration, like you mentioned, hitting these timings, but it's Talon who are hitting these power spikes right now. The Aegis, 40 more seconds, and Pipe already complete on this Beastmaster. He's well ahead of the curve in terms of resisting some of this magic damage.
Yeah, for sure. Itemization versus itemization. Everybody knows what they're good at this game and what they need to counter it. Very tight game. It's not a game 3, but it kind of feels like it with how much, you know, how clean these teams are playing, how good the execution has been, and how conservative as well. No risky things. Everybody's doing what they know they can do.
Yeah. Smoking 3 heroes. The ones that don't have the ability to TP in into a wraparound maneuver. I love to catch these backliners in Yokem and Chuan.
Would be the perfect pick of
Chuan would be ideal. Yeah, they don't see him. They're already holding this position on the high ground. We've seen this happen time and time again. The supports don't have vision, but neither do Execration. They walk right up. Chuan spots them out. This is going to be the perfect setup. Tino running all the way in, and the fight's broken out. Already focusing on the backlines. Can't get the Ghost Scepter off in time. You're turned into a ghost. You get Dazzle. That's the target you want, but it comes at the cost of 2. The 3v5 situation, a 4v5 situation now, as they pick up another. Now WS might be in some trouble. Was this the timing that they were waiting for? Akashi gonna come back in, and the buyback from the Jakiro. You gotta watch yourself here. They popped the BKB on Yona, but nothing else to be found. Onslaught in 2 seconds. Not able to keep this chase going, but Bob still looking for more. The Bullwhip just getting the Beastmaster out of there as Ponyo continues to hightail his way and run. And try and get him, but Yona, oh no! A bit too overcommitted! And Ponyo holds you away. Bob got a little bit scared there. Now Tino, is he too far in? The kiting, it's immaculate from Talon. As CML, this is a buyback on his part, but Tino, nowhere else to go. Gonna try and onslaught your way out of there, but another route. Ponyo, he's been excellent at setting these up. And Talon, what looked a bit rough at the start with Chuan getting picked off, ends up with an Execration overextension.
Way overcommitting and not respecting the side of Talon there, and this is exactly why Akashi goes for this build. You know, so often we see this greedy Midas, Radiance, Blade Mail so you can tank and farm a lane, but this is when this hero is at his best. Armlet into Deso, burst damage, and he can do this and he can sustain and just right-click fight through everything because he has the heroes to back him up. You have the combination with the aura from the Beastmaster. You have the continuous heal and control from this Treant Protector. It's looking so good right now. And there was a good fight from XL. Like you said, they got the Dazzle where they wanted him. Even off the high ground, they managed to fight. But at the end of the day, what an overcommittal from Yona. And I feel like when you play Parcel Nature's Prophet, you don't have any of those mistakes in you, my friend.
Yeah, it does feel that way. I mean, it's a hero that can scale nicely into the late game, gives you a lot of item flexibility as well, but I don't really know what he can get to try and fish them out of this dire situation. There isn't really any one item that I feel like, oh, you know, suddenly Execration in such a good spot. The AC should help with some of the survivability issues, though. It's been a butt ton of physical damage coming out from the Talon lineup.
That's for sure. AC going to be a big pickup when he gets it. He's got all the main parts now. Almost has it.
Yeah.
Be a nice one, but you know, these heroes, right? Like Nature, kind of like Alchemist, far ahead to be equal. You know what I'm saying? Especially as a position, and I don't think he's ahead enough. Yes, he's decently far ahead of his own Lina, but Late King just 1.5k behind him, and Mr. WS on the Beastmaster, he's right there with him. So
yeah.
Doesn't have the advantage. And WS actually he has full BKB money right now. So he's been a hard guy to bring down. It's going to get 10 times harder right now.
Does feel that way. WS really scaling up to be a major problem. We see even with that extended chase down, just they don't have enough damage for him. So much lifesteal coming out from him just turning around and punching them as well. Can't forget that this Helm of the Overlord, one of the key components is that Vlad. So he's giving over a very nice aura to his teammates. And they'll just wait for this next Roche. 34 more seconds until that spawns, and they can just waltz right in, take another Aegis, and get going yet again.
I mean, how crazy is the synergy? You have Wraith King, Lifesteal aura, you have Beastmaster with attack speed aura, and then the Vlad's on top of it as well. You just have so much sustain.
Yeah.
That's why I made the crazy AA shout.
No, it had to be. That's what I was thinking as well. There's so much healing. I mean, you're just gonna continuously survive here. Titan Sliver as well. Talk about being hard to take down.
And they don't have any heroes. Okay, before we get to that, let's watch the smoke fight take out first. They're ready to go on Talon. Who are they going to find? Smoke on smoke.
Smoke on smoke. But Akashi just going to break that immediately. Ponyo going in, trying to look for that overgrowth. Will be able to catch down Tino, but he might be in some trouble. Nice grave there as Yona jumps into the back line looking for Chuan. First life of Akashi already taken down, and Ponyo goes down. He's been so instrumental in their fight so far, controlling WS on the sidelines. But Yona forced to run. You need to get your Nature's Prophet out of here, but Akashi stands strong. The 1v1 carry matchup, you can't win that. The chop down, CML, where's your HP, buddy? The skeleton just gonna cut you down to size. And the auras, it's too much for them to work through. Chuan buying Ponyo just a bit more time with that grave, comes in clutch, and you gotta respect the damage. Yona, you can't be TPing into the Wraith King like that.
It doesn't matter AC, doesn't matter BKB, and just in terms of sheer physical damage, you'll never compete with this guy. He's just so damn strong right now, and like you say, with the auras, all the stuff behind him, what this Beastmaster is providing him, he's a complete right-click monster in these streets. And WS is going to make it even better with the AC, which he wants to pick up next.
Yeah, just an absolute unit here. Was getting hammered down by 3 on the sideline, but you could see Bob and Yona, they had a full focus on trying to eliminate Chuan, but he has a few more tools for himself now. Force Staff as well as the Blink Dagger. When you have such an advantageous position that Ponyo can blink in and give you all the vision in the world, you know exactly how you need to position, and Talon capitalize on that fully. A glimmer for Jokem as well. We've seen what he can do with the limited tools, getting a WS out of tricky situations. Akashi.
And Bob, although he's like only died 3 times this game, right? He hasn't really been pressured that much. It's like he doesn't have the confidence to like get in these fights and engage, right? Because he has to stand so far back. He has to play so careful because any misstep, you know what Akashi is going to do to him. Jump on him, hit him twice, and kill him. So, although there is a lot of damage around the Execration lineup, the effectiveness of getting it out is like completely neutered right now. Because even the Gyrocopter support, yeah, it's a high damage hero. You got this Veil of Discord, but to do your damage, you got to get up and into people's faces, and he can't do that right now because again, Akashi, this big bad boy, right in the front, is going to kill anybody who oversteps their bounds.
Yeah, and not just Akashi, right? WS on the front lines proving again and again that you just don't have the damage to kill him unless you're full committing with the Lina, and the Lina can't even afford to. Now this Roche fight could be instrumental here. They're working it down. It's a lot of minus armor, but Execration, they're connecting, but they're a bit too slow. They already lose over the ages, might just try and stick around and get a surprise pick off, but with Akashi leading the charge, this is not who you want to run up into. He has no qualms about just blinking on you, Shanks. I'm not sure who that ping was from, but there's gems available on both sides. They'll be able to slowly and systematically clear this vision out. Akashi on the chase now. Seem to know that there are people in this area. You just gotta watch for his blink. And the chop down straight up onto Shanks, just fogged from that tree. They'll be fine. Get out of there scot-free.
And I love this from Akashi. He goes for the Silver Age as well. So even more like methods to hunt through the backline to find somebody. And
yeah,
there's just going to be no answer to this tier 2. This is going to fall for sure. Question is, are they going to push are they going to go up high ground? I think with this Aegis and Cheese they'll feel comfortable too, but maybe not at the spot lane. Maybe push out mid first and claim that last remaining tier 2. But once they do that, I think it's go time. So.
Yeah, you also got to watch yourself, because in a typical situation like this, Execration, you can already see trying to respond by split pushing the map with the Lina, with the Prophet. But we've already seen what Ponyo can do to you if you get all left high and dry in the lane by yourself. He'll keep you rooted and stuck in place until Akashi or WS come to finish you off. This map has become so scary for Execration to play, and that's in spite of them having a gem on this Lina.
Yeah, they got the gem. But seeing people and stopping them is a different situation. And one concern I have for Execration, yes, 6k goal lead. It's not the biggest quote unquote, but their high ground defense this game is not the best. They don't have something like a Magnus, like a Pudge that we've seen in previous games that can just turn the tide with one small play. Even at Tusker, shard block later on in Dragonums, they don't have those kind of tools. So they're going to have to do it the old-fashioned way, you know, throw out spells and actually take the fight legitimately.
Uh-oh, Blinkin already breaking the Linkins. Bob, where you going? This is why we were so scared. This is why he was so scared to show his face. I mean, Wraith King against what feels like a panel of glass shatters right in front of our very eyes.
Yeah, just so overzealous to play in that area. Of course, you see they go, they TP back to push out the mid lane. They want to take that tower, and you're playing a little too close, my friend. And he bought out for the Linkers. He doesn't have buyback. 50 seconds out of the fray is the Lina. So how much damage can Talon get done here? I think a lot, Mr. Sneeze.
Whoa. You're trying desperately to push out the lanes with these Nature's Call Treants, but it's nothing compared to how much they're working down your towers. Macropire will make quick work of that set of creeps as another set flows in. With the Glyph, they should be able to buy enough time. Maybe they'll only lose one lane of Rags, but with the Aegis on the Dazzle, Chuan not scared in the slightest. They can continue here. Just pump faking a little bit. You gotta be careful on Tino though. It could just full commit for you. The supports as well, posturing very aggressively. They'll be able to get out of here. Hurricane Pike complete for Tron means that you can keep that additional distance. And they'll be happy getting what they came for.
They are indeed, and I actually didn't even notice it at the time. They gave the Aegis to Chuan on the Dazzle, so their main play of getting on the backlines and killing the Stainy boy is just not there anymore, really.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Well, I mean, now Execration, you've got to feel mad and uncomfortable. You've lost the gem, you've lost map control, Herder into your base, hunted down, chopped out of the game. The last touch, it'll be found by Chuan. We're getting the first life, not even the life steal, the aura, it's too much. How much HP did he just regen from that strike there? Straight onto the high ground now. And down 2 heroes, one with a buyback, but it's Shanks. And he has not looked much like a pioneer, a bit more like a rookie pilot this game. You can't really blame him though. Again and again, Bob, he's found the overgrowth. It's onto his head and the bird dives in and Bob is down yet again. Melts like the fire he's supposed to be. The mass buybacks, they're coming through on the supports, but Yona as well. He commits it, but you're coming back into a 5v3 situation. This is never gonna happen. This is not what you want. You're gonna get wiped out. And in this game number 2, they just get their timing. GG's called Execration gets smacked.
That was a demolition derby. It wasn't just game number 2, folks. Game number 1 was arguably even worse. And Talon, again, the questions, the doubts about the roster was there from the jump, but they're showing that they still some of the biggest, baddest teams in C. You gotta come and beat them, and Execration fell woefully short today in this upper bracket match.
Oh, this is gearing up to be such an exciting team to watch. I'm getting tingles, Casey. This is reminding me of what it looked like when they first formed that initial iteration of Talon. A couple of shakiness. They had to do a couple of swaps, you know, back when Talon first inaugurated. They had Fly coming in. You know, some of the components didn't really work out, but when they found that perfect fit, Ooh, the marinade just hit right. And Talon, it feels like with this iteration, they're starting to hit their stride. Now, the mid laner obviously is a bit of a loan from Alliance. It'll be big shoes to fill with the performance Tron has been putting on, but Execration, they just get slammed down to the lower bracket in this upper bracket finals. But Talon, they're going to secure themselves a spot in the grand finals.
They are indeed, and like you say, this teams has the making of greatness, in my opinion, as well. Because again, we've seen a lot of these teams go for the super farm heavy drafts, scaling, only prowess and laning. But the way they draft is so cohesive. The roles that each of these players, they understand their roles so well, and their execution has just been top notch. So I really think haven't even seen the ceiling of this team just yet. We need a team to push Talon to see what they really can do, And
Yeah.
man, oh man, this is a great performance for them. They're going to feel confident in the finals. And I think, like us, they're going to be watching all the rest of the matches of EPL to see who's going to make it there to join them eventually.
Yeah, and I mean, this Akashi Wraith King, this guy has really impressed me on the carry position. Most of the times you see carry players, they come through and they think, oh, they're focusing fully on my offlaner, space for me to go the greediest possible build. No, he just ramps it up. He's like, oh, you didn't deal with me, huh? You're gonna have a 20-minute problem, buddy. That is just such a sick mindset to have, and the rest of the supporting cast Talon, they played superb. I'll definitely be... I mean, I was already a Talon fan of the organization, and with this roster and how they're playing, it's hard not to fall in love again. KC, we still aren't done with EPL just yet. We have one final little day before we hit the grand final, so Talon will be able to take a little bit of a break, take a seat back, watch potentially who might be their opponents here. Let me just run you through the day. So, of course, earlier today, we had a series of banger matches already. Of course, we had Interactive Philippines just 2-0ing MAG. Unfortunately, that means we had to say goodbye to our Thai delegates in the tournament. MAG.Indonesia narrowly beating Made in Philippines, who have looked phenomenal. So, maybe a bit of a resurgence for them as they will be facing off against Interactive Philippines to start our day tomorrow. That's going to be a bit of a different starting time. So just to let you guys know, we're still going to have 2 more days. Interactive Philippines will be playing up against MAG.Indonesia at 3 p.m. Singapore time. And then that's where Execration face the winner. And that's all our matches. I know you guys are used to 3 games. We're starting a bit later. It's chill. You can enjoy a nice brunch. And then afterwards, that's where we get our grand finals on the very next day. That will begin at 3 p.m. as well. So that's all the festivities you have in you have in store for you. Now, KC, you're still gonna join me tomorrow, so we do have a bit of time. But I gotta ask, is there any team that you're favoring as we boil down to our last contenders here?
Man, oh man, the way Talon played today again in the first match, they first showing in the match in the first game, they look shaky. They only won 2-1. They struggled a bit. Made in the Philippines, they made them work for it. But in this game, up against really great competition in the form of Execration, who 2-0'd MAG, although the last game was a bit throwy from them. You were on it when Naga refused to TP.
Yeah,
they look good. Execration came in, they lived to expectations. But right here in this match, right now, it's going to be hard to get best bets against Talon here. And I have to say, I love the shout you made for Akashi, because carry players are the most stereotypically greedy players ever. They want the Aegis, they want everything in lane, they farm the whole time. But in two games in a row, he was like, I'll play the hard lane, I'm going to play against the counter of the Monkey King.
Yeah.
He made it work. He came back and he had great impact. In game number 2, he played Wraith King. Again, difficult matchup. He was playing against Treant, Protector, and Primal Beast, 2 heroes that counter melee heroes in the lane. He was like, no problem, boys. I'm going to do my thing. I'm not the most farm during the game. I'm going to build items for the team. I'm going to do my job, and that's right-click against enemy heroes, and I'm going to trust you guys to support me. He went for this Armlet. He went for this Death. So actually, he went Armlet into Blink.
Yeah.
For second item, Blink. That's how interactive he wanted to play. So
yeah,
really great stuff from him. And I'm curious and interested to watch him more in this tournament, straight up.
Yeah, falling in love right here might be one of the up-and-comers to watch for sure. But that does wrap up our day. Gotta give a big shout out to KC for joining me as usual. We'll be back tomorrow at the same time slot. But before we go, any final words from you?
Final words. Keep watching, supporting, loving Southeast Asian DOTA, guys. DPC is gone. Things have changed, but SCA DOTA still always has the fire. Host more tournaments, watch all the games we got, because SCA DOTA He's the pillar of this community. Shout out to you, Dota.
Hell yeah, truer words have never been spoken. Thank you so much everyone for joining us. It's been a excellent series. I know the Execration fans, they'll have a bit more hope for tomorrow. Hopefully your team can sort of come back up. I know definitely I'm hoping for a bit of a resurgence from this lineup. A lot of promise there. We'll see who exactly are our grand finalists tomorrow. We have 2 series for you. We'll be back at 3 p.m. SGT. So be right back here on this channel for more EPL Southeast Asia action. But for Casey and Sneeze, we're out for today. See you tomorrow.
Holding on to memories that we shared. My evidence you once really cared. I'm reaching for a hand to pull me up. One open to an everlasting love. Exhale the past, inhale the future that lasts. Change my heart, change my mind. For the last time, wanna believe in the life I've led. I don't wanna leave another word unsaid. You know my heart will follow you in tomorrow. In tomorrow. Killing me softly, I have to choose. Should I leave or should I stay with you? I am addicted, we are too close. One more day and I'll overdose. Killing me softly, I gotta choose. Keep my life or lose myself in you. I'm so addicted, it has to end. But why do I keep holding your hand? I am stuck and I'm hypnotized. Visions of you come and stay the entire night. My mind is buried, rescue out of sight. Crazy me, what do I not see? That you are living poison in my veins. Put the needle in me so that I feel free. I let loose, give you the key. Pray that you'll be dead to me. Ashamed, just as my destiny. Crazy me, what do I not see? That you are living poison in my veins. Put the needle in me so that I feel free. I let loose, give you the key. Pray that you'll be dead to me.